Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe.
Present.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember London. Councilmember McCormick.
Here.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez. I believe he's joining a little bit later via Zoom.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. Mr. Moss, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reverend, would you come forward, please? Who's this?
Let us pray. We have been asked to serve, Lord, and we have agreed. We are doing your work, Lord, and your love for us and for our citizens is above all personal. Help us welcome conflict as a sign of the diversity in this board, as an opportunity to reach for creative solutions. Help us recognize this diversity as a sign of your capacity to love us all, and help us to cherish it as a great strength. Help us to actively listen with an open and inquiring mind, free from prejudice. Help us to approach issues with a spirit dependent on yours, for the strength to make hard decisions. Help us learn to use our gift to promote thoughtful discussion of the important concerns in our community. Help us to develop our skills as peacemakers, to know how and when to mediate, to conciliate, to negotiate. Help us to enjoy doing your work and to remember your promise that you are always with us. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Yes, I've got three things I want to point out. Number one, I'm being told by people in the know in the village that there is a shortage of blood. Okay, so Saturday, October 19th, this coming Saturday, between 8 a.m. and 1:30 p.m., the Donate Blood bus will be at the parking lot of the Crossbridge Church. A lot of you know Nancy Gamwell, and she's asked me to help with this because she's undergoing some issues, and blood is an important component of that. So if you would please pass them along and get your neighbors to go, and you guys go to see if you can donate blood. Next.
Mr. Mayor, could you put that date out again, please?
Yes, 8 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. on this Saturday, October 19th. And we'll have, thank you, ma'am. And we'll have the clerk. Here we go. There you go. Put it up there so everybody can see it from there. Okay, next, we want to commiserate with the folks out west, and I know there's other people, Asheville, North Carolina, and all, but in particular, probably a lot of you have vacation in Siesta Key, and that hurricane came right through. So I don't know, Mr. Manager, have you been in touch with any of our local governments, our colleagues on the West Coast? But certainly we can very much feel in unison with them through what they're going through. I heard the governor say something that it'll maybe take a year to get rid of the different trash piles that we have all over the state. So we dodged a good one, and if there's some way that we can help our brothers over there, maybe reach out and see.
We certainly will.
And finally, a longtime resident, Conchita Suarez, who's very involved with the village and was used to come very often here to our meetings some 20, 30 years ago, passed away. She a stalwart person, a firm person at the Key Colony, And most of us have run into her at some point in time in our careers here, so pass that on. Okay, anybody else got? Yes.
So I have a really special message, if you guys will just indulge me for a minute. After 8 years of a lot of sacrifice, I want to say thank you and happy birthday to Teddy McCormick, who's 17 years old today. And if he's watching, which I don't know if he is because he's on the way home from practice, there's a big ZD on the counter. Thank you.
All right. Mr.
Yeah,
Kaplan.
happy birthday, Teddy. Two quick things. Just a little testimony about Conchita. We worked together on the first pre-incorporation exercise at the beginning of the dawn of time. And one of the things about Conchita is, blessed be the peacemakers. Conchita had that moderating way about harmonizing frenzied arguments. She was very good at that, and I remember that as a real contribution apart from the intellect and the knowledge. That kind of temperament really helps. Last thing, Steve, the Community of Excellence, is that a 2-day thing?
Well, it's actually a 3-day, but the conference itself is just on, I don't remember what day it is. I think it was October 29th, I believe I sent to you.
We'll connect on that.
Okay.
Talking about Conchita, she probably was the only person who was granted special privileges to bring her dogs to this meeting. So she always came, she always carried her little dog with her. And one of the greatest things in her life that she told me was getting the dog park approved.
Yes.
And taking her dog to the dog park. And everybody went there who didn't know her from anywhere else, met her there, and you couldn't help but falling in love with her. Just a lovely, wonderful, fantastic woman, and we'll all miss her. And then finally, I think I'll miss the lady sitting next to me. I want to miss Frank, but I'll miss Brett also. I have to make all three of them. This is their last meeting, and they've served tirelessly. Obviously, we don't agree on many things. On some things we do, the important things, but we always respect each other's opinion, and I'll miss you all, and I just want to thank you all for serving. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, here. Well, by the way, it's their last regular council meeting. You know, they got 2 more meetings to go.
They said this is the last one they got paid for.
Okay, seeing nothing else, let's go to the next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is public comments.
Okay, first speaker, Nancy Stoner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager, staff, and my neighbors. I would like to direct my
Your
comments
name and
to...
address. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nancy Stoner, 613 Ocean Drive, HC, Key Biscayne, Florida. I'd like to direct my comments to Vice Mayor Allison McCormick, Councilman Brett Moss, and Councilman Frank Kaplan. Thank you for your many years of dedicated service to the residents of Key Biscayne. We have all benefited from your insights and your wise and informed leadership, the countless hours you have spent on the dais and behind the scenes learning, questioning, working cooperatively with the mayor and other council members and staff, listening to our concerns and finding creative solutions to the issues that face this community have all paid off. Each of you has made a positive and lasting mark on the progress of this community, and you have set a high bar for new council members. And it appears that your commitment does not end with your tenure on council, because you have made yourself available and spent so many hours with me and with each of the other candidates for council, teaching, explaining, and giving your perspectives, all because you want the next council to succeed. So my heartfelt thanks to you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mike Davey.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Mike Davey, 50 Ocean Lane Drive. Real quick, first of all, congratulations to all of you. Thank you to Allison, Brett, Frank. I think you'll probably be up here at the start of the next term. What's that?
I said forever.
That's all right. But thank you for everything. I know how much work you guys put in. I know how dedicated you've been to the village, so thanks for everything you're doing. And you stay involved, you know? I keep coming up here and hassling people, so keep it up. Keep it up. Let's keep going. I want to thank, first of all, the village for getting the program. Thank you to Colleen for the agreement with the Florida Agency for Persons with Disabilities to support village programs for individuals with unique abilities. It's something, frankly, I wish I'd done while I was mayor or on council. It's important that we bring people into our community. We understand that we have to be inclusive, and I really appreciate everything you guys are doing. Thank you to Todd. Thank you to Steve for making that happen. It's important. I am against the language in the ordinance on the institutional use of artificial turf. I don't believe that the village should be expending money to screen those fields, those playing fields on institutional properties from the view and the right of way. That makes no sense. It's just an additional cost if we want to install fields, because let's be honest, we're talking about St. Agnes. That's really the place that we're talking about doing. So I would ask that you change that language and take out that it must be screened from view on the right of way. If we want to do it of our own volition, that's fine. But I think you're putting an additional cost on the village when you're going to install a field. The vehicles, rescue truck. We need a rescue truck, Ed. I don't care what you say. We need a new truck. All right. We need new police
Be
vehicles.
nice to my
all right?
council members, all
What's
right?
that? I'm not hassling.
Eric is smiling. Eric is smiling.
Well, you know, he's buying dinner later. That's a joke. That's a joke out there in Radio Land. So then finally, look at the Black and Veatch. I'm in favor of it, but I think, Brett Moss and I have talked about this. The concern is they have to act as our project manager. They've got to oversee and they've got to be on our side. We've got to be 100% certain that they are doing what they do to manage for us and not just as a byproduct of ACOM. Other than that, I am very sorry to hear about Conchita Suarez. She was an amazing person. She was so lovely. To add to your point about her in the dog park, it was great to see her all the time with Princess. That was the dog. So I'm very sorry to hear about that. Happy birthday to Teddy, and let's go Mets.
Oh.
Yankees.
Next speaker, Luis de la Cruz.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road. And like everybody else, I'm really, really thankful to Brett Moss and to Allison McCormick for all their service. We've served together. It's been, and I've seen you from here, and I can tell you that I don't think that there's two council members more prepared for any of these meetings than the two of you. And that's the way that it reflects on us. So we may not always agree, but for sure, we are all very thankful for your service. Thank you. So, back again on the same subject of the big dig, the papers like to call it now. This all, I feel very responsible for this because I believe that I was the first guy to ring the bell on this, and what I intended to do was to find out what was wrong with our system and why our rain wasn't draining as soon as it came down, and I found out very quickly when I raised the subject through our public works manager, the director, that 75% of all of our catch basins were totally inoperable because they hadn't been maintained. It was news to me, news to everybody on the council. Everybody was freaked out, but we still didn't do what we needed to do. Very little money was asked for in order to start maintaining our system, and in fact, none of the wells were rehabilitated back then. We did start slowly fixing the catch basins, and now we're in the process of getting the rest of it underway. But still, out of our 39 wells, only 12 of them have been rehabilitated within the past 4 years. That's just it just doesn't make sense that all of a sudden we bring in an engineering company to help us with our drainage and why it's not draining. And instead of putting everything at optimum, maintenance condition and watching it for 2 or 3 years, let's call that the pause because, other people are calling it pause. Let's call it the pause. That is what we should be doing, not jumping on this runaway train that we have and going forward with a totally over-designed, completely over-designed system that's going to cost us millions and millions of dollars of our money, you know, and, you know, and not doing what we should have done from the first day. You know, maybe after you do all that, you find out, hey, you know, we still want more service. But the level of service is really something that the residents of the village of Key Biscayne should be the ones that say it's okay for us or it's not okay for us. And we're not being allowed to do that. Instead of, we've given ourselves up to the hands of some engineers that are, of course, are going to benefit greatly from a brand new project. You know, I don't know, $9, $10, $12 million. I don't know how much it's going to cost to design it. But please give me a couple more minutes, okay? So instead of adequately
wrap it up, please.
servicing, yeah. It is great to see that 4 out of the 6 council members, candidates for council are interested in doing exactly what I propose. And that is something that you guys have to understand, because they're out there talking to their constituents and they know what the people want. Okay, 4 out of the 6. Out of the 6 that are running. And I think that if Ms. Stoner had more time to think about it and to study it, she would also come to the same conclusion. I am confident of that, okay? Now, Frank, one thing that I really am very upset about.
Wrap it up.
Just
Wrap
2 more
it up.
seconds, please.
Come on.
Can I have a motion to finish my
No,
statement?
you're not. Just finish with your thoughts so that we
Well,
can keep
I
going.
want to say something because, you know, I don't think that we should be saying things out in the public that are not true. We can have difference of opinions, but we can't have different facts. And the fact of the matter is that our system has not been maintained. And you said publicly the other day at a candidate's debate, whatever you
Okay,
call it.
this is getting into politics here. Let's
Okay.
cut it off. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Nick Lopez Jenkins.
Nick Lopez Jenkins, 550 Ocean Drive. Want to echo everybody else's thoughts about the service that Brett and Allison have done for the community. I think it's fantastic. We really appreciate your time on council. And like I said, you've set a great example for all of us. I came here specifically to speak on agenda item 9D about the school zones. As you can see, Nancy and Frank, to a certain extent, everybody's been sitting on the corner to see what kind of mayhem we have with the schools drop off in and out in the mornings. I think this additional deterrence of bad driving or reckless driving will be a benefit to everybody. As a parent of a 4- and 6-year-old, I think the council's first move of banning the e-bikes and the scooters actually helped a lot. I think this will be an additional item that we can install to increase safety and to make sure that our kids can come to and from school in a safe manner. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Cecile Sanchez.
Good evening, Cecile Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. I come thrilled to say thank you that grant is getting, that you are approving the additional trees for our village. It's, I believe, like 80-something trees. But I come to ask you, especially everyone here that is a Key Biscayne Yacht Club member. Back, if I believe it's 2019, the village of Key Biscayne granted a variance to the Key Biscayne Yacht Club with a condition. They promised 40 trees to our village to be planted in our green areas. How wonderful it would be if those trees would come at the same time as these trees. I do not understand, if there was a condition for the variance, why about 5 years have passed and we haven't gotten the trees. So some of you please find out, especially the members, find out. Payback time. Give us the trees. They belong to the village. Why don't we have those trees here? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, you Commodores, you better take care of that.
It's all my fault.
Yeah, Brett's on the board, okay.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes, and then we'll move on to,
Ceci, thank you for reminding us of that and pointing it out, because I know that the club is seeking to get rid of their TCO and have their CO, and so there are a lot of things that the village needs to check and boxes that need to be ticked. So we will make sure that that one's looked into. Thank you.
I haven't got any. Jeremy told me that our, we have a hands, village has a hands type. They don't have a CO yet.
No,
Mayor, was that the last public
they
comment?
don't. They have a TCO, so
We'll work
get
it
on
out.
it.
We'll work it out, yeah? Was that the last public comment?
yes.
No, I just wanted to make a note that I think next Wednesday, we're gonna get much more depth of the stormwater project, so I think that, Luis
Oh, on.
will be able to come and speak some more about what he was saying, so I think that's what we're
Absolutely.
gonna get in depth of. Okay,
We have a whole meeting.
Yes.
yeah, just for that.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the agenda. Approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Yeah, we need to straighten out a couple little things. I'm sure there's nobody here for the Terra project because there was an issue with Scrivener's error, and so that meeting was pushed to what is the
22nd, October 22nd.
October 22nd. So just in case there's somebody is not understanding it, that we're not doing that today. We have a special meeting on October 22nd.
Can we just say it will be at 6:30 in these chambers at this location, just so the public knows?
Yes, 6:30 at this location at Chambers, and it'll be the only item on that agenda. Like to add discussion to our discussion item, the Unique Abilities Board have an appointment that didn't make the rounds, but we'll get to that. I also want to add discussion on the increase of fees to the trainers on the Village Green. We need to have a small conversation about that. And I think that covers it, Madam Clerk.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a special presentation update to the village by State Senator Alexis Calatayud.
It's a pleasure to have our state senator here who's been working very closely with us and has been a tremendous asset in helping with all the appropriations of the village, as well as significant language that we've needed. Thank you for being here to talk about everything that's going on in your world, and it impacts our world, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to address you today and to address the community. And congratulations to the council members who will be ending their time of service. Thank you for what you've done for our community. I think it's important to mention before I address what we've accomplished this past year, what we look forward to doing this next year, to being open to understanding the challenges that are dire for our condo association, condo residents, and to make sure that as we enter the next legislative session, that this is one of the top challenges of affordability, not just raging in our community, but across the state. So it is my intent over the next months before the legislative session begins in March to spend considerable time with owners, residents, and condo association presidents to better advocate on their behalf in Tallahassee for needed changes or timeline remediation for what is required of condo owners. So that is something that I very much look forward to. This past legislative session, we were able to bring back home to Key Biscayne two major projects, which was the Key Biscayne Special Needs Programming and the K-8 Community Schools Resilient Infrastructure Construction. It was our goal, and nearly we passed, but the governor's veto pen struck out emergency management and traffic data analysis and multimodal traffic flood and safety improvements. It is my goal to work along with this council to make sure that Key Biscayne is prioritized at the highest levels, both within the state agencies and department funding that's made available through the grant process and through the state appropriations process, as we know that we are the first grounds for flooding, and any sort of storm mitigation or management that we can proactively provide our community, as well as traffic management. It is important that we do it here in Key Biscayne. This past legislative session, I was able to focus on several different policies in which we passed 10 laws into effect. One was the scaling of the Live Local Act, in which we had enhancements to the policy, but one that's important is that we reduced the preemption for areas that are adjacent to single-family communities, to understand the importance of preserving the character of our local communities. We made those adjustments with the help of the League of Cities and the Association of Counties. We also worked this past legislative session to support individuals with disabilities and provide both tax credits and additional resources to companies and organizations that hire individuals with disabilities. We work to make greater access for biomarker testing for individuals who are diagnosed with cancer. Today, 50% of the treatments that were discovered in the last 5 years can only be accessed through biomarker testing for cancer. We've now made that available through the public insurance, and hope to in the future make it eligible for private insurance. This legislative session, I had the opportunity to carry the legislature school safety bill. And this is something that after Marjorie Stoneman Douglas has become a legacy of the Florida legislature, to work through what are the enhancements to school safety that we can commit to our local communities to ensure our children are the safest in the country. I also was able to support and pass the Department of Environmental Protection's package, which had a special emphasis on coral reef and coral reef restoration. And it is my ardent goal to support this council and everything that we can do both on coral reef restoration, beach renourishment, and armoring our coastlines to make sure that Key Biscayne becomes one of those most resilient barrier islands in Florida. I also had the privilege of carrying the Senate President's priority, the deregulation of public education package, in which we empowered local school districts with more innovation and flexibility adjacent and similar to the offerings we allow public charters. And to make sure that we have given our public school districts, our superintendents, our teachers, the ability to go above and beyond whatever might be a regulatory boundary that helps them give our children the highest quality education. This next legislative session, as I mentioned with condo reform, my goal is to help ease the affordability crisis that residents from Key Biscayne all the way to the end of my district, Homestead, are feeling today. And that finds its way in many different shapes and sizes, but our goal is to make sure that whether we're talking about the challenges with condo ownership or we're talking about the cost of affordability of childcare, that's the top of our team's agenda. So any additional priorities that Key Biscayne may have, our goal is to be a consistent and effective champion for those. So very grateful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for being here with us. Really, it's a pleasure.
Thank you.
And by the way, we do have on the agenda later on a discussion about our legislative issues, so we will get them to you soon. Thank you for being here.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a presentation by Citizens Independent Transportation Trust given by CITT Executive Director Javier Betancourt.
My pleasure to introduce a good friend, Javier Betancourt, who has been working with as the Executive Director of CITT. CITT is the entity that gives us 20% of the sales tax from the transportation fund, and also they are instrumental with the freebie loans and things that have to do with that. And when he has his.
I'm there. All right. Sorry, I was playing somebody else's presentation. I don't think I would have done a good enough job of that, so I apologize. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and again, it's great to see you. We worked for many years at the county together, and it's great to be here in your home. And council members, thank you for the time. It's great to see old friends. I've worked with so many people here, and I have to start off by telling you that you have an amazing professional staff. I hope you know how lucky you are.
Don't say that
they're all
early in
great.
the program.
And they all deserve
It'll
raises,
go to
too.
their heads.
You're gonna want a raise again.
Yeah.
So again, Javier Betancourt, Executive Director of the Miami-Dade County Citizens Independent Transportation Trust. With me today is our Municipal Program Manager. Where'd you go? There she is. Mariana Price, who's very mobile today. So Mariana is the Municipal Program Manager. She works with all the different cities and helping them to spend their surtax dollars, their half-penny dollars correctly. So she works very closely with your team here as well. I want to thank in particular, not just the manager, of course, but the Public Works Director, Chris Miranda, CFO Benjamin Nasbaum, Chief Resiliency Officer Roland Sammy, and your village attorney, everybody. We work with a number of members of your team, and they're all fantastic. So for those of you who were here, gosh, it would be 22 years ago now, this November, you may have seen this on your ballot. We went out to the community and we asked them if they would increase their sales tax from 6.5% to 7%, and that extra half penny, that extra 0.5% would go towards a slew of transportation improvement projects, what were collectively known as the People's Transportation Plan, or PTP. That was passed by the good people of Miami-Dade County. If you look at that last line in the referendum language, the people also created our organization, the Citizens Independent Transportation Trust, or CITT for short, to oversee those funds and make sure they were spent appropriately. And we've been doing that work now for 20 years. So our job at the CITT is to monitor, audit, review, and investigate the use of surtax funds, 80% of which goes to Miami-Dade County for kind of your larger regional transit and transportation needs. Then 20%, a little more than 20% now, goes to the cities, and it's distributed to you all on a pro rata basis. So City of Miami, of course, being the largest city, gets the largest share of that on down the line. Okay? So I'm the office of the CITT. The CITT itself is actually a 15-member board, one appointed by each of the county commissioners, one by the mayor, and one by the Miami-Dade League of Cities. You're currently represented here in District 7, I believe, by Meg Daly, who many of you probably know from the underline, and also by the Miami-Dade League of Cities Representative Kenneth Kilpatrick. So we do have vacancies, although this particular district is currently represented. You know, we keep applications on file for those who might be interested in serving on the CITT. We encourage anyone who's interested to please apply. Basically, you have to live in the district, the commissioner who appoints you. You have to have upstanding moral character, of course, no conflict of interest with the county, and you can't be an active elected official or candidate for office. So please apply. This is my office. We support them. We don't need to get into that. So one of our primary functions is to audit the cities and the county on a semi-regular basis. And I'm happy to say here before you that this city has never had any issues in those 20-plus years in their audit. So you do an amazing job of spending your funds appropriately. So thank you. Keep up the good work. So enough about us. Let's talk about the money. So a half penny doesn't sound like a lot, but it has generated quite a bit over 20-plus years, almost $5 billion and counting. This year alone, we're set to collect roughly $400 million. So that little half penny adds up. Here you can see, I'm sorry, let me go back. So you can see here how that money is spent or has been spent over those 20-plus years. 63% has gone to transit, Miami-Dade County Transit. As I said earlier, about 20% or so go to the cities. The county's Public Works Department, which is charged with roadways and highways, has only received about, I believe that's 7%. So people think all the money has been spent on roadways and not on transit. The numbers don't reflect that. And then 1%, I'd like to point out, is what we use for our offices. So we're allowed to spend up to 5% of proceeds for what we do. We keep that to 1% so that the bulk of the money is put out into the street to actually move people. So this is how that money's been spent over time. As you can see, the collections have risen over the years. You know, it's double what we used to collect many years ago. We'll skip this. So if you're really interested in the numbers and you really want to geek out in this and get your hands dirty, there is a 40-year pro forma that the county puts out that lists every project, every penny in, every penny out for 40 years. It's an $8 billion program. You can find it on our website. I'm not going to go into detail
at the moment. Okay, but what people really care about are the projects and services funded with these funds, right? Where's my half penny gone? So there were a number of promises made. People remember the promise of Metro Rail expansion throughout the county, right? That's the one thing that sticks in everyone's mind. And that was a core promise, but there were many other promises. Number one, fare free transit for all seniors regardless of income, was come to be known as the Golden Passport. We've now also added a Patriot Passport for veterans under a certain income level. Fare-free Metro Mover in downtown, and we replaced all the Metro Mover cars. All the municipal projects, of course. We did expand the Metro Rail, at least in one case, and working on others. Bus service improvements, and yes, there were over 40 major highway and roadway improvements that were part of the original promise, and those are largely been completed. But one of the most exciting parts of the program, and one of the most successful, has been the municipal program. The cities have done a great job of spending their funds, and often you're able to do that more nimbly, more effectively sometimes in the county. The county is a large organization and moves slowly. And so we're really proud of the work that the municipalities have done. Both Mariana and I have a municipal background. We came from the city of Coral Gables, where I was proud to launch the second freebie in Miami-Dade County. Who wants to guess who was the first to launch a freebie service? Village of Key Biscayne. So you beat me to the punch. I'll never let you forget that or forgive you for it. But it's a great service, as you know, and Mariana is actually going to go through this real quick.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow Village Council members. Mariana Price, Municipal Program Manager. I oversee the municipal portion of the half-penny sales surtax. 33 municipalities participate, and Key Biscayne is one of our Gold Star, Shining Star members. Key Biscayne was one of the first municipalities who decided that the fixed route circulator wasn't working as well as on-demand would. And last year, Key Biscayne's ridership was 85,000. This year, as of only Q3, it's already over 85,000. So you're well on your way to even exceeding last year's ridership. And as Javier said, the freebie has been a great success. I remember particularly being able to get the approval from our county attorney's office that the freebie could go into Bill Baggs State Park. That was a critical part of the freebie service because they couldn't just be left off right there at the entrance. So that was really great. So yes, Chris Miranda, as I said, or as Javier said, Roland and Benjamin, they've always been great. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Mariana works with all 34 cities. And so when she says that you're one of the best, then she means it because she rides every single one of these as a secret shopper. And she's always reported back positive comments about your great village. Okay, we'll skip that. Advanced traffic management system. So as part of the roadway and highway dollars that I spoke of earlier, the county was investing in what they call advanced traffic management. That's basically smart signals, right? To make sure that our signals are working in such a way that gets you faster depending on the flow of traffic and any issues that may come up. The good news is phase one was very successful and saw improvements of upwards of 15–20% savings in time. Phase two was unfortunately not as successful. There was an issue with the contractor, a lot of delays. That contract was essentially let go. They brought in somebody else, and now that is underway again. So I don't know, frankly, how that affects some of your signals here on the key, but it may be something that's relevant to you, and it is moving forward. But our focus now is on transit services. And yes, we did expand Metro Rail to the airport. That was the only expansion of Metro Rail that the county was able to achieve. We did replace all the Metro Mover, Metro Rail, and bus fleets. We did the roadway improvements. Very few bicycle and pedestrian trails, frankly. I would have loved to have seen more of that. The cities have done a much better job of using your surtax dollars for bicycle pedestrian trails, which offer critical first, last mile connectivity to the transit system, right? They all work in concert. And then finally, we also invested some of our half-penny dollars in the Tri-Rail expansion to downtown and the Brightline Aventura station as well. We haven't done a great job, frankly, as the county in enhancing the bus fleet, but the county, as I think you know, recently did perform a complete overhaul of the bus system, what they call the Better Bus Network. This isn't something that was paid for with our dollars, but it is the county's effort to improve bus service. Now, there were a lot of issues with this, right? Some people who lost routes, or maybe, you know, the bus stop was put further away. And I know that perhaps you're hearing a lot of these issues with your bus service. We'd be happy to connect you with the transit department if you need to work out some issues. They are taking active feedback to improve that and adjust it as necessary. As I said, we did spend I think close to $500 million in expanding Metro Rail to the airport. It's a great service. But the reality is the other 5 or 6 quarters that we had promised to the voters never came to fruition between, one reason and another. The good news is the county's now actively looking to complete those. It's not necessarily going to be Metro Rail. We're looking at all different types of technologies and many different ways of paying for it. Now it's called the SMART Plan, right? So it's essentially the same routes that were proposed as part of the PTP. Okay. Now, none of these, excuse me, connect to the village, but still, you may work in some of these places and are interested in knowing about them. We have the South Corridor, the Beach Corridor, the East-West Corridor, the Kendall Corridor, the Northeast Corridor, and the North Corridor. So the good news is one of these is under construction. And if you ever go down South Dixie Highway towards Homestead, you'll see it right there on your right. This is gold standard bus rapid transit, BRT. It's a bus that behaves very much like a train in many ways. Air-conditioned stations, doesn't have to stop at the intersection, et cetera. So it's going to be a great service, and it's supposed to open sometime next year. The Beach Corridor, what used to be known as Baylink, is going to connect downtown to Miami Beach, and then also downtown to the Design District. So 2 Metro Mover extensions are being proposed for that corridor. The East-West Corridor, this is a critical corridor. A lot of people live west and travel east to work in downtown. If you've ever been on 836, you've experienced it. So we desperately need some kind of transit connection there. They are exploring BRT, commuter rail, and even Metro Mover, perhaps on Flagler. Kendall Corridor is going to be BRT, but it's on hold. That's a tough one. We won't get into it. Northeast Corridor might be of most interest to you. This is going to be a complementary service to Brightline. Brightline is really expensive, doesn't have stations throughout the county. The idea is to bring a Tri-Rail-like service to complement the Brightline along the Northeast Corridor, and I think that's going to be the next to go. All the parties are actively negotiating that. And then the North Corridor is the one that is currently proposed to be Metro Rail from the existing Metro Rail station up to the Broward County line, connecting, for instance, to the Dolphin Stadium. Excuse me, the Hard Rock Stadium. Park and ride facility. So I just threw the lasagna in here because you enticed me with your big ZD, but we don't need to get into this. Additional areas of focus, we're looking at a lot of different things. We're very active in many areas. One I want to point out is community engagement. People deserve to know what's happened with their half penny. That's why I'm here today. That's why I'm presenting before different community groups. If you'd like for me to present to some of your community or business groups, please give me their contact information and we'll do so. I do want to point out 2 special programs. The Ambassador Program, basically if you ride transit, whether it's the county system or the city system, we are looking for riders to basically be our eyes and ears. And they, submit their observations on what they're experiencing. They get points for doing that, and then they can exchange those points for rewards. So a great program. If you're interested, please sign up. And Mobility Matters. We launched a podcast a couple years to talk about mobility and transportation, and I've had, a lot of great guests on. I'd love to have you all. So, Mr. Mayor, please come out to South Miami if you ever leave the island, and I'd love to have you as my guest on our podcast. That is all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes.
It says 10 point some million passengers. Is that unique passengers or is that rides?
That's right.
Rides.
Are we talking about the municipal
When your
ridership?
presentation, it said 10.8 million passengers. Is that one passenger, 5 rides, or is that 10 million people?
Boardings.
So those are boardings. So in the industry, it's not just one person, Joe Schmo, gets
So
on.
if somebody got on in Florida City in a busway and got off and went on a Metro Mover and then got on a Metro Rail, that would be 3 passengers.
It technically would be, but in terms of the municipal ridership, half of that wouldn't be counted as municipal, unless,
I'm talking about, when you're talking about 10,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at your numbers,
Sure.
trying to put some sense to them.
Yeah.
yes.
And then you said about $400 million you're going to collect?
We're collecting $400 million.
So it's about $40 per ride.
23% of that goes to the municipal program.
Well, the total, but it comes out to $40 per ride for the whole thing. Okay, thank you very much.
If I may, the whole thing is in transit. So again,
Yeah,
we
for
have
transit.
other projects.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
And then for the lights,
Sorry?
the traffic lights, we ended up getting state money back in 2016.
We
or no?
didn't get.
We never received it because of the contract
No,
issue.
we didn't receive, the money wasn't for us. our plan, I wish.
Oh, it's to the
was
county, and the
here.
county was
The
gonna
plan
put it
was
here for
We were
us.
going to front the funds,
Yeah.
and they were gonna pay us back, and then instead, our lobbyists got the money for the county.
So we had an issue that we actually wanted to install this back in 2014. We were talking about it. I think in 2016 it might have actually was supposed to come through fruition, and then there was an issue with this contractor, and it just never happened for us. But we had it, I think, almost lined up and ready to go, and something happened. So we are interested.
Didn't the contractor
For sure.
go broke?
We did get
Yeah, something happened to it.
We did get them.
Actually, we did
No.
get them installed.
Oh, but they never
Light
worked.
was
We
the
got
one who
them.
installed them, but that was the contractor who is no longer working for the county, and they're moving on to somebody else. So that was part
Can
of the
we
problem.
use the same system that we have in there, or no? They would have to gut it.
We'll have to find out whoever is the next contractor.
We'd be, again, that's Department of Transportation and Public Works,
Yeah.
you know, that does all this, of course. We'd be happy to connect you, although I'm sure you have your own
We're connected,
contacts there, to discuss what they're doing and how they can help.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, Fernando, I have a quick question, gentlemen.
Yeah, go ahead, Fernando.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Brief question. How is the percentage determined for the CITT? I didn't hear that. How are we determined based on what other municipalities get for funding? What is it based out of?
Strictly a pro rata. So it was negotiated at the very beginning between the cities and the county that the cities would get 20%. That 20% is then distributed based on population. So again, larger cities get more money, smaller cities get less.
The number of people.
But larger cities could have less density than Key Biscayne. and
I don't
Maryland,
disagree.
or-
And a place like Miami Beach that is obviously overrun, and even this village that has lots of visitors, those aren't counted.
Right.
That's the way it was agreed to 20 years ago, and that's the way it is in code. I suppose it could always be changed, but it hasn't been in all this time.
Well, I think there needs to be some level of consciousness applied to that because we're not, by density, I think we exceed some larger cities. So just food for thought.
Okay, we got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the freebie? Were we good, Steve?
I am good, and we appreciate every dollar we get.
Of course. I have to tell you, you know, the numbers aren't looking good for this upcoming year. We are seeing, we're projecting a decline. Hopefully the economy turns out better than the OMB at the county is projecting, but you may be getting a little less if those projections come to fruition. So I don't want to leave on a sour note, but that is the official projection at this point.
Okay.
The ridership is a positive though.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Whatever you're doing is working, so please keep it up. We appreciate it.
And just to let you know, Mayor, and I think the rest of the council knows that we're also able to match their money with the TPO's money in order to get additional freebies. She had 6 up there. We actually have 9. So we use some of the money we get from TPO for a total of 9.
Right.
Is there a freebie variation, a type of vehicle that would get to Brickell or get to Metro Rail?
That's more of a Metro Connect. We're looking at that as a potential option. I mean, I guess we could use freebies. That would be a different use of freebies. It's really intended for a local network, but there is a program called Metro Connect, and I've asked Chris to take a look at it. Yeah, he's right there. But that's a program that gets you to a transit location.
Yeah.
And so that's actually run by the county, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did they change the bus system so the buses run every 10 minutes down Crandon to the station now or not?
Yes, they got rid of the route on Harbor and increased the
Every 10
routes
minutes, I
on
think, if I had
Crandon.
time.
So
would it
the
take much
B
longer
bus
to go by
is,
freebie than by bus?
We get with a better bus
would be the
network,
advantage?
which came in about a year and a half ago, increased. It comes in every 15 minutes during peak hours, which is 7 to about 9:30, I believe, plus or minus, and then in the afternoon again from 2:30 to 5. So they do come every 15 minutes, and we've seen a 17% increase in bus usage since then. Quite a bit.
No, my question was, why would that be why would freebie be an advantage since it goes much slower than a bus? That was all.
Oh, you mean freebie to go off site? Well, there are other vehicles we could get instead of the vehicle that we currently
Yeah, they
have.
wouldn't use the golf
There are also
cart.
regular cars that we could use as well. I've seen them running around
And
Coral
vans.
Gables, by the way.
And vans. Freebie
And
has
vans.
vans as well, yeah.
Yes.
I think a note for prospective bus riders, the app is pretty good. Yeah, the app, it's kind of like an Uber app.
yes.
Lets
And
you know when the
I
next bus is
called it the
coming.
B bus. I think it's actually 23 now. It's no longer called the B.
Yeah, it's just 23.
Yeah.
23, 26.
All right, we
Could
got
be
to keep going.
26. I don't know. I feel like I'm
Thank you all for your
108.
time. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So the next item,
Next item is a special recognition for Helena Interalde in a zero waste culture, winning the Miami Zero Waste Business Award. Mayor Roscoe.
Helena, can you come forward? Well, we wanted to recognize you for all the good work that you've been doing at the different levels, and we're so glad that you came tonight. On behalf of the council, we really want to applaud and make sure that you know that we're looking, and I know this particular waste business award was given to Zero Waste, and it's just a phenomenal job you're doing. So everybody give her a big hand. And I know what she's going to say. There's a lot of people behind her.
Yes.
And, yes.
Especially that I just learned right now, and I could not get anybody come.
That's
We see you
that's
every Saturday. We see the team.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I love
It's
this
not
new-
one person job, it's a lot of.
I love the new aspect they've been doing of if you're on any WhatsApp chats, the quizzes
Yeah.
to get people thinking about their recycling and
recycle.
trash. And there have been some really like interesting things, conversations that have come out of it. The one that I recently saw, Helena said that when the quiz was about clamshells, the plastic containers, like your croissants come in or your berries, and do they go in regular trash or recycle? And unfortunately, it's regular trash. And she said that what she does is she brings a separate bag and she leaves the clamshell to sort of annoy the grocery stores so that
Well, not annoyed to
I
leave
know.
the problem to them
But
because it's their problem.
But it is actually probably the way that you can affect change. When the grocery store is left with all these things they have to dispose of, that's when they're going to tell their supplier, don't send it to me in a clamshell anymore. And
There's
just
not- there's
taking it
not much
home
more
does
we can
nothing.
do. Yeah.
So I liked that one.
Are you
Thank you.
still having the tour to the
Yeah.
waste management?
Yeah, I have to confirm with everybody. to
Okay.
see.
Excellent.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you for all you
Thank
do
you.
for our
Helena.
community.
Thank you.
Helena,
Thank
can we on Friday you're going, right?
I'm sorry?
You're going on Friday to Waste Management, right?
Friday and Tuesday.
Could you just announce those times and let people know?
Right now?
Yeah, let people know.
Yeah, Tuesday is 1 to 3, and Friday is 10 to 12. That's the time there, so
This
it's
Friday
leaving
or
1 hour before.
This Friday or next Friday?
I'm sorry?
This Friday?
No, next Friday.
Next Friday.
Next
Okay.
week.
Next Tuesday, next Friday, correct?
Yeah.
Tuesday and Friday of next week.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's Mimi.
The next item is a presentation of a proclamation recognizing Red Ribbon Week in association with Private First Class Bruce W. Carter Medal of Honor Young Marines.
Okay, I'll do this very quickly. Whereas the red ribbon has been chosen as a symbol of commemorating the work of Enrique Kiki Camarena, a DEA agent who was murdered in the line of duty, and represents the belief that one person can make a difference. Whereas the Red Ribbon Campaign was established by Congress in 1988 to encourage a drug-free lifestyle, and whereas October 23rd to 31st has been designated as National Red Ribbon Week, which encourages Americans to wear a red ribbon to show and support for a drug-free environment. Therefore, I, Joe Rasco, Mayor of the Village, hereby proclaim October 23rd to 31st as Red Ribbon Week in the Village. So thank you very much on this one. And then next.
Presentation of a proclamation recognizing Florida Climate Week.
Good. So whereas the citizens of Florida are encouraged to become more aware of our changing climate, participate in the various programs during Florida Climate Week that will present and discuss solutions by visiting Florida Climate Week. Now, therefore, I, Joe Rasco, Mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, do here proclaim October 14th to 18th as a Florida Climate Week in Village of Key Biscayne. Thank you very much.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the consent agenda.
Move.
Second.
All the-
8B.
8B?
Yes.
Okay. Seeing that's the only one, all right. 8B, you're up.
All those in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item,
No,
I'm going to read 8B.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, declaring a police vehicle as surplus property, authorizing the disposition of surplus property to Bill Baggs Cape Florida State Park, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Move. Second.
Thank you.
Discussion, Mr. London.
Yes, this is a donation, and I don't believe we were elected to make donations of our taxpayers' money, so therefore I've been against all donations. If anybody wants to buy it and give it to the state park, that's great, but I don't believe we have the authority to do that unless we do it unanimously, and I'm against it, so.
Ed, would you be open for them to sell it for $1?
No, sell it for market price, whatever that is, then fine.
How much is it?
Okay.
You buy it and give it to them.
All right. Mr. Attorney, can you clarify this? I was under the impression it's not a,
So we are surplusing this vehicle because we have no further use of it. What Councilmember London is referring to is in our charter. I'm just pulling it up here. A provision that says that the village shall not make any grants or charitable contribution to any person or entity except such grants or contributions that have been approved by all 7 members of the council. I don't think that this is a charitable contribution. I think that, we are...
Governments do this all the time, all across Florida.
Correct. I think that this is us saying we don't need this vehicle. And, we would probably be conveying it for some nominal consideration, whether it's $1 or whatever. There will be some nominal consideration given. So...
Anything less than market value is a donation.
I don't think that it's considered a grant or a charitable contribution.
Well, if we can sell it for a number and receive those funds to the benefit of the village, and we're not doing that, instead we're giving it away, that's a donation.
I'll leave that up to the council to make that determination.
You're the attorney.
Well, there's another way to look at it. It's a disposition of surplus property and a device to relationship build with Bill Baggs State Park. And arguably, whatever is availing positively in Bill Baggs avails positively in the village because we're neighbors, it's our park, it's our backyard. So there's that analysis as well.
Well, the analysis could be, we should give it to Nancy. We should give it to Jeremy. Because, they're good people and they're going to benefit the village. She's going to run for office. She's going to serve. So why don't we give it to her? Want an answer? That's just one.
That'd be a conflict of interest.
Well, Ed, you're looking for something in return, right? If it's cash or something else that would equal to the market value.
I'm looking
for it not to
exactly.
be a
I'm
donation.
just against all donations.
What is the market value?
So the sales of the vehicle have ranged. This vehicle's 12 to 13 years old. They can range anywhere from $4,500 to $5,500.
Okay, but wait a minute. The whole thing about this is surplus property.
Correct.
Under the statutes of Florida, I don't believe that to be considered a donation at any point in time. It's one government handing off to another government some property that we no longer deem to our benefit. Is that right, or am I reading years of this wrong?
I think that's accurate of the state statutes. I think what the Councilmember London's referring to is our particular charter provision that talks about grants or charitable contributions. And I'll leave it up to the council, as we've talked about this over the years. These are not defined terms. This is for the council to make that determination if this is a grant or a charitable contribution. And then if it's not, then it's not subject to the charter requirement. I mean, that's the way that I've laid it out. So
We all agree it has values, say $4,500 maybe at the low end. So basically, we're giving away $4,500 of village money. And we're not receiving anything in return for it. So therefore, it's a donation.
Is it
a grant, if you like.
Is it possible to find something that we need from the state park that would be equivalent to some price that you can go and talk to them and come back and say, you know, whether it's for the zero waste culture or something that we need over there, and say, hey, we'll do this for you for 6 months or whatever.
So
I don't know. I mean, maybe
I understand.
because I understand what he's saying. I kind of agree with what Ed is saying there.
I understand and I respect the position that Councilmember London is taking. However, this is about relationships and partnerships, and there are things that the state park does do for us. We just took our boats out of the water in preparation for Hurricane Milton and put them on trailers, and we stored them at the state park. When we've had to vacate the marina at the Seaquarium for various reasons where they've told us we couldn't have the boats in the water there, we've stored them at the state park. There's a cost to that they don't transfer to us also when we have to do that. There's other times where when we did our mock accreditation last year, they allowed us to use a section of the state park for 2 to 3 days where the assessment team came on. We worked hard with the manager this year in Tallahassee to secure reimbursement for our traffic services that we've been providing on the weekends that weren't getting reimbursed before, up to $45,000. So there is collaboration there. I understand for the residents of Key Biscayne, there is a value to the vehicle because the vehicle is bought with taxpayer money, but these relationships are reciprocal in both aspects. There are services they provide to us that they don't charge us for. This is something that we're coming forward to the council tonight to ask to give to them, as it is the surplus vehicle in our fleet at this time. So I do think there is a give and take, and you know, the park has always been a partner of the village, at least in my 3 years that I've been here.
Well, it sounds like you're quantifying some of that value. Can we have a quantification of what that value is to see if it equates to the $45,000 to $5,000?
A solution.
Huh?
Since this is something we're giving up, a title, they've given us certain things in the past, which they haven't charged us for.
Right.
Why don't we enter into an agreement with them that they will grant you the right to do your boats and all these other things there in lieu or in exchange for the car, and then it's not a donation.
And just bring it back to the next
Can you
meeting.
quantify the value of what some of the items that you just suggested?
I mean,
So-
again, as you're all aware, it's not, to enter into an agreement like this involves lawyers in Tallahassee and through the state.
I mean, that's ludicrous. This is not rocket science here, my friend.
This is about relationship building.
Exactly. Do you have a partnership or you don't have a partnership?
Do we have a partnership?
No. That's not the
Okay,
case.
all right. Then in your mind, you have a partnership. Okay.
They give us the composting.
I think we have a relationship.
Yeah, I think
We don't
that
have a-
there are many things that we have been on the receiving end of. And perhaps shame on us for not saying thank you enough, loudly enough, that everyone up here knows what they are. But the housing of zero waste culture with the composting, which clearly we just covered in the last budget, is something that we support as a council. There is a real dollar amount you can put to it, and they've been there in a significant area of the park for a few years. Then add to it the access with the boats and these different things. I think when I think dollar for dollar, we're probably coming out on top, Ed. But I think that it's an important discussion to have, because from what you're saying, I don't think any of us disagree with. We shouldn't be giving away village assets or taxpayer dollars just willy-nilly. But maybe there was an assumption that we knew more of what was going on than we actually do. I think when you really look at it, not only what the chief is saying, but thinking in your own head, going back, I know for myself, I think we're still coming out on the plus side of this, which is why I'm okay with it. I also think, though, that the idea of trying to solidify some of what we get from them with a paper trail as you go forward is a good idea, because one of the reasons that we have this stress and want to make sure we're maintaining this relationship is because of change in leadership at the park. And that's going to happen. And we actually do really rely on the park for a lot of things. And if that were to just go away because of staffing changes, we would really be up the creek. So I think while I respect that it's a big undertaking and involves the Parks Department in Tallahassee, it's something worth looking into going forward. As far as a dollar for dollar transfer with this car, my conscience is clean, Ed. I feel good about this.
I think the reso would be a little stronger and clearer if it spoke to non-monetary consideration in some vague term, because that is part of the predicate for the decision. You just outlined several aspects of what that consideration consists of. That could be in section 3.
Yeah, if I could just clarify, I'd mentioned that it would, charitable contribution in return be nominal, but I think Councilmember London was correct that the real term is adequate consideration, which I think Councilmember Kaplan was suggesting and Vice Mayor McCormick, and that consideration is building that, just like what the chief said. So if there's adequate consideration being given in return, then it's not considered charitable.
That's fine.
Can we change that in then the resolution as one of the whereas, or no? Just so it's
Put it in
clear?
section 3, because
I mean,
that's,
just show that basically we're not making a donation.
Yeah.
That we're getting consideration in terms of space for storage of compost, for boats, for all these other things, in lieu of cash. That's fine.
Yeah.
I have no objection to supplementing the resolution to add the adequate consideration as provided by the chief.
Do you need a motion
Then I don't have a
for the
problem.
amendment?
So, sure.
I'll move to make, well, go ahead and move it, Ed.
No, it's fine. I have no problem.
So make the motion for that amendment.
To incorporate the consideration the chief provided.
Based on what Allison said as far as
Vice Mayor
compost,
And
all the various things
I'll second it.
they do. That's all. Then I have no problem.
Could I also just make one suggestion that perhaps with all the goodwill that we're building with this car, that we discuss maybe not charging residents again this year for the boat parade? That came for the first time I had ever seen it, and it came last minute, it felt like. And I think that that's something that the village has supported for a long time, and it really means a lot to a lot of residents. There's a lot of people that don't have access to the bay, that it's one time of the year that you're really out there looking at boats from our community. And I mean, boat parades are popular things wherever they are, but here it's super special, and I was unhappy to see the charging for admission last year. So maybe when we hand them the keys, we could just ask.
Well, that's not the chief there, but definitely
right.
I'll work with Todd and also the Friends of Cape Florida to make sure they don't charge the village this year.
Okay, do we have the added segment to the resolution?
yeah.
Do we have to do 2 votes or no?
And Councilmember Moss seconded it. I'm okay adopting it as amended. I don't think you.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carries.
Okay, let's keep going.
The next item is the second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 2-142 Art and Public Places Board of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to board membership and term limits of board members, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion, public hearing on this item is now open. Seeing no one come forward, the public hearing is now closed. Any questions on the item before us?
Exactly one question. And is Jeremy here?
Jeremy is here, yes.
The ultimate limitation of 8 years is the question, and including taking into account the current constituency of the board and their duration in service. In other words, I think several of the members probably exceed 8 years in duration.
Correct. So Jeremy Koskogger, BZP director, but also AIPP board liaison. And yes, I think most of the board members have been there since the board was constituted.
So one of the things about this board, just thought question, is the particular expertise and connections and knowledge that these particular human beings offer that we think and over the years have thought are not fungible, or not easily fungible, unlike other boards. And so the question of whether the 8-year limitation, considering the, say, novel and unique skill set and connections that some of these people bring, is what causes me to raise this point.
But that's why I had the ordinance created for that exact reason that you mentioned. So I'm glad you are along the same lines.
Yeah.
Any further dialogue?
Was there a specific line you wanted to change?
Well, the black line, okay, I'll tell you where I am. It's Article 7, 2, we have a new subsection 2 with inserted language that limits, that provides for reappointment, but limits the ultimate term of office to 8 years. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I read it wrong. It's exceeding 8 years.
Correct.
That's the intent.
The intent's to let them exceed
Exactly.
the 8-year
The
maximum.
whole thing is, I'm
So
good.
it's good.
I'm good, I read it wrong.
Okay, Madam Clerk, call roll.
Vice Mayor McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez? Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Kaplan?
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember London?
Yes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is an ordinance on second reading of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending section 21-37 of the Village Code of Ordinances to require construction bond for work in the public rights of way, creating section 21-38 entitled Restoration of Public Rights of Way regarding the restoration of public rights of way relating to developments, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, second reading and public hearing is required. Public hearing is now open. See no one come forward. Public hearing is now closed. On the item, couple of questions. Mr. Miranda, this does not apply to private homes?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. No, it does not. Chris
Okay.
Miranda, Public Works Director for Key Biscayne.
And when would this be in effect? So let's say a commercial entity is doing some work already. This would not come into play for them now?
No, it would not. Jeremy, this would come into effect in May, right?
Double check. When's the effective date?
This ordinance is immediately upon adoption. So tonight would be the effective date of this ordinance.
Right, but my question was, is something is already in the works, you know? You obviously couldn't backtrack on it, right?
That's correct, because this would be at the time of permit. So
Okay.
anyone who has a permit would already be grandfathered in from this.
Okay,
Correct. It would be with new permits that would be applied for.
okay. Is this a pain in any way to administer this, or is this pretty simple and you do it all the time?
No, it would be pretty straightforward at the time of the review for the permit. It would be assessed as to the bond amount that we would be requesting. It would be based on also the complexity of the project. So we would make that determination at that time.
Does
Just
this
during the
apply to
review.
multifamily?
It could apply to multifamily depending on the property and the project, yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
In fact, Mayor, you asked a question. You asked Chris if it was a pain. It actually is quite the opposite of a pain, because what we'll do is we'll have an agreement in advance. So, we had it a couple times in the past where we did not have an agreement in advance, and then we were trying to retroactively come back with an agreement, which it's a he said, she said. In this case, we'll have that agreement in advance. They'll hold a bond, and when they have to go back and fix it, the money will be there for them to fix it.
And the bond's existent for a whole year after the work is done, so you have time to actually go back and look at it.
Well, if something fails, correct, yes.
I have a quick question, if I may, related to, do we have a pricing structure for these bonds? And the second question I have is with with other agencies, say FPNL, or other agencies that are working within our right-of-way, would we require a permit, say not pay for it, but I don't know if they do that or not, but would we require a permit as well?
For utilities? Is your question related to
For
utilities?
any work in the right-of-way, if we're creating a right-of-way permit bond, we want to make sure that that bond covers any impacts to the right-of-way. So that also infers that other agencies would likely have to pull a right-of-way permit to work within the right-of-way.
We
Are we
prohibited by,
contemplating strictly for the private sector, or are we also considering other agencies like FPNL, Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, whoever it may be?
Other agencies are required to pull a permit, but for example, FPNL is not required to pay a permit. That's covered under their franchise fee. So they don't pay for a
Oh,
permit.
yes,
but
that
they
I
would.
understand. That I understand, but I'm saying they will include a permit for other agencies.
and by state statute, I think we're precluded, like AT&T, we can't.
Correct.
Correct.
And county
That's
does the
right.
same for water and sewer as well. They preclude us from doing that. But
Correct.
council member, and I'm not sure if this was before your time or right when you came on, I'm not exactly sure, but we put an ordinance in place that does require any of those utility firms who do come in, get a permit and do work to return the right of way back to its original state or better. That was about 2 years ago, plus or minus. So we do have that in place.
Okay. So we would not, they're not required to pull a bond or anything like that, but we have them on record that they do have a right-of-way permit.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
And it's actually worked pretty effectively over the last year and a half. We've gotten them to come back if it wasn't to standard, and we brought them back to fix it and brought it back up to the original state.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we're on, still on 9B, right?
Yes.
Okay, call the roll.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor McCormick?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading.
Thank you.
The next item is the second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 30 zoning and land development regulations of the Village Code of Ordinances by amending Section 30-242 artificial turf of the Village Code of Ordinances to modify installation restrictions in the institutional zoning district, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Okay, the item is on second reading before us. I need to open the public hearing. I open the public hearing on this item. Items open on public hearing, seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed. Discussion on the item.
I had a question about Mayor Davies' comments about St. Agnes and the screening. It's my understanding this is more than just St. Agnes, and we're talking about playgrounds and different things at other institutions additionally. Can you talk a little bit about the impact of this on the need to screen? The cost for St. Agnes, is Mike's concern valid? And then also, where do we fall with the Village Green that we're demanding?
Right. So, so two-parter. The Village Green and the K-8 school are both already allowed to have artificial turf because the ordinance mentions that the Parks District zoning type and the school zoning types are allowed to have artificial turf. So they're covered. We would require screening for the St. Agnes field per the ordinance. This could be anything from a row of cocoa plum shrubs to the mesh screening on a fence. So there might be some additional cost. It would be really minimal in this case. And this definitely actually did not come about through the St. Agnes project. This actually came from an inquiry from St. Christopher's. And they were the sort of instigator for this when I realized that these churches that are schools and have schools were not having the same law applied that we did apply to the public school.
We don't allow mesh screening on fences, do we?
Well, some kind of screening on the fence. It wouldn't be like construction. It wouldn't be like construction.
'Cause I'd rather see the turf than like
right.
a screen on
right.
a fence.
It wouldn't be like a construction fence type.
How high would the shrubs need to be in order to be in compliant with this?
At installation, they can be, as long as
So
they
that
as long as they're
screening.
growing.
'Cause I always thought that screening means that when a person's standing there from the sidewalk, they can't see it. That's what I thought the definition of screening is. So I don't care what you do, but you have to put something there that we can't see it while we're standing on the sidewalk.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a day one. Like if you're planting screening shrubs that are going to grow into something that'll functionally screen it, then that's acceptable too.
We allow that.
Yeah.
What kind of screening do we have for the, on Village Green for the fields?
No, they don't need screening per the existing code. They're an
He
allowed.
just
It's an
mentioned-
allowed use
It's a
for
different
artificial
I
turf.
understand that, but we don't have screening there, right?
No.
No.
And it's fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
So why do we need screening here?
Because for different school uses, for institutional uses, thought it would make more sense.
But are we saying we don't like artificial turf? Is that what we're saying? We don't
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it?
the council has already said that and applied it to banning artificial turf in a number of zoning districts.
So yeah, just for my edification,
Yeah.
you all may know, the original ordinance, was this a subjective type?
Oh, yeah.
We just don't like the way it looks?
Yes, yes.
How do, I mean,
And,
is there
and it was
an appetite?
specifically really to front yards.
In the single-family district.
Yeah,
Yeah.
single-family districts is what we focus on.
What
But it was-
happening- What was
I
happening
wasn't
was the,
here.
kind of metastasis of artificial turf. And this predates the Village Green, and the notion of living in a naturalistic environment being somewhat aesthetically debased by plastic grass was a policy decision. But that was the single-family district alone. In a hard later decision, after much effort to keep the fields healthy at the Village Green, we came to the ultimate conclusion that we have to turf the Village Green.
So in that case, the pros outweighed the cons?
So we need,
Of the
I think
of
that,
the subjective look and feel of,
well, the pros for school use and church school use included,
our functionality.
I think we have to do this.
Yeah. There was no way around. We actually tried to use real grass again and again.
Many,
It just
many
wasn't working.
times, yeah.
And we spent a lot of time and a lot of money. And it came down to, the Village Green specifically, was we either had to really cut programming.
Sure,
like
no,
in half, or allow artificial turf.
We're allowing it at
But-
St. Agnes, right? It's more usable, it
And the
works,
K-8 in the
less
area
vulnerable.
over on Ridgewood.
I would suggest to change it that if it's a playing field, it doesn't need to be screened. But if it's anything else, I think it needs to be screened. I think that would be a way of putting
I
putting
like
that
that.
together, because it's just saying that, look, if it's a pure functional use of playing fields that have to be like played on, like we don't need to go out of the way because we're doing the same thing here on the Village Green. But if you're going to do a little playground or you just want to do a little walkway or something, cover that up, and you guys have to, spend the money to do that.
One other aesthetic consideration that occurs to me, we're only really talking about schools, and we're only talking about two uses, a ball field and a tot lot, basically. They'll always have to be fenced because they're within a school. So the question of maybe fence material is typically what we talk about in this instance, not necessarily screening.
And the code covers that already, right, in terms of
It doesn't-
materials for fencing and that sort of thing, so.
It can't
Got
be
some-
chain link, right?
Yeah, so I would make the amendment that it would exclude playing fields.
Well, it's actually only allowed for playing fields and playgrounds.
And playgrounds, but playgrounds would be
So
different.
you're saying playgrounds would
Just
still
the-
be.
And how, yeah. I mean, can somebody, what's defined as a playing field? Can somebody say that a little thing that someone kicks soccer on, it becomes a playing field? Or is it a organized soccer field, baseball field?
For simplicity's sake, I would just recommend removing the screening requirement. Most schools are going to screen tot lots and things for safety reasons. It's like I know it's a public school standard, so I think we can leave it to the discretion. In fact, this is also to retroactively legalize a number of already screened artificial turf installations at playgrounds at a number of places, which I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but, and they're already screened.
But we're saying the screening is to keep the visual.
Right.
Yes.
But a fence, you can see right through it.
Yeah, but for playgrounds like tot lots, it's sort of industry standard to screen it visually already. So
For the safety of the kids.
For the safety of the kids. So it's like we could require it. I don't think we need to functionally.
Just remove the
And
screening.
from a simplicity
Yeah.
standpoint, so we're not having to debate when is it a play field versus when is it a playground and make a bunch of arbitrary decisions. I think we could just.
And remember, the
remove it.
screening is only from the street, so if you have an internal tot lot or something, it doesn't apply to this. Yeah.
Friendly amendment, remove the screening from the thing.
Yeah.
Second, somebody?
Second.
So the amendment would be to just put a period right after the highlighted word of property in the last line.
Right.
Okay.
And we do have the requirement for a site plan submission, so we can call nonsense on somebody's proposing something that's really.
So this vote won't come back to some of us that are already up here. This will go to the next council for second reading, right?
No, this is second
No,
reading.
this is second reading.
This is it.
Oh, that's a school zone. That's the next one. All right, sorry.
All right.
The next one.
Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
For the ordinance as amended,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yeah.
That was a yes? Okay. Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is an ordinance on first reading of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, creating Article 5 Speed Detection Systems in School Zones of Chapter 26 of the Village Code of Ordinances to authorize the placement, installation, and operation of speed detection systems on roadways maintained as school zones, establish traffic enforcement procedures when speed detection systems are utilized for school zone speed limit violations, and create hearing procedures relating to such school zone speed limit violations, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Items properly before us. Any, you want to give us the lay of the land here?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Just a brief rundown of what this is. Florida State Legislature passed law on being able to install speed detection systems in school zone areas to promote safety for children and responsible driving. One of the requirements of the law is that you have to create an ordinance for your municipality in order to be able to enforce this. So that's why we're here tonight. This is the first reading, and then if passed, we'll come forward at the next meeting for the second reading to select a vendor and install the speed detection system.
Sorry, could you just share some observations you shared during our review regarding your observation of what we need there and where and why?
Yeah, so we've had multiple vendors come and do speed studies in the village because obviously there's no cost to the residents to have this installed. And we assessed the K-8, we assessed St. Agnes, we looked at all our school zones. Because of the geography and the way that the K-8's made up, there weren't a lot of violations. On our most recent speed study at St. Agnes, we had 1,100 potential violations noted during that time.
There were a couple of Corvettes there, weren't they?
Is it blue?
Did you buy one?
No, don't you have one?
Is the system right now on Harbor Drive? You've got the linkage between basically before you get to St. Agnes and the Presbyterian Church, and there's the speed reader. You know, visual to the car, to the driver.
Yeah, it'll be visible based on where it'll get installed. There'll also be a campaign where we explain what it is, and based on the legal language that was adopted by the legislature, you can only issue citations to violators going 10 miles over the posted speed limit in the school zone.
That's not much help, is it?
Questions?
Go ahead.
Those violations, was that during school zone time or any time of day?
School zone times.
And can we use this any time of day?
You can. That's a decision that the council has to make. There are municipalities that just enforce the speed zone cameras during school zone times. There are other municipalities that do it throughout the day. That's an elected body decision.
I would like to suggest that we do it 24/7 because my hope is, I know that Harbor becomes like a speedway as you get a little further down. And maybe if people get stung once or twice up at the top, they'll slow down the whole length of it. Because it's really, really bad.
Yeah, early morning, late night.
Yeah, I can hear them from my house, like racing.
You know what happens, people get frustrated getting through the circle, and then when they finally break through the school zone.
Yeah, they open up.
So two things, Chief, before we go. So one, just to be clear, we're just voting for the ordinance right now, and then the second part is the actual contract. Will the contractor do it for 24/7? I don't recall.
That's something I do have to go back and discuss with the chosen vendor, if they will.
Are we allowed by statute to do it or not?
I'd have to refer back to Roger. Him and I have had discussions on it. There's municipalities that do it, but most of them are sticking to just the school zone times.
I think
All right.
on second reading, we'll come back with the parameters.
Okay, so
we'll let you guys know
we're not bound yet. We're just talking.
It's first reading. We understand a desire to expand the timeframes. I think that let us take a look at the state law and make sure that we can accomplish that.
Can we add an early November meeting? No,
Don't do it, man.
just kidding. But those of you that are here, please.
Just one last question, Chief. Just my observation, the nature of drop-off and pick-up at the other schools suggests to me that there's really not a speeding problem. St. Christopher's, the community school. Am I right?
Look, I think this has been a topic of interest since I arrived here 3 years ago, and the school resource officers, the administrators of all the schools in the area, we meet on a consistent basis and are constantly evaluating ways to improve the traffic flow in the area. I believe it's gotten better. It can always get better, but it's a volume issue also, right? And with the staggered start and end times, it has helped. St. Agnes has worked with us a lot the last 2 years with their new administration to try to alleviate some of the issues there. But I also think part of it is what Councilmember Sardinha said, is that, you know, when people drop off and they've been waiting a long time and they can go, they go.
Okay, anything else on this ordinance? It's gonna come back. We'll get another shot at it. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
The ordinance as amended.
I don't think it was
No,
amended.
no.
I just think it's going to be just as presented, and we're going to come back on second reading with a follow-up report.
Thank you. Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe,
Yes?
Councilmember Kaplan,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
and Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading.
Madam Clerk, let me ask my colleagues. We have this zoning item, 10H and 10I. I think it might be, while we're still fresh, that we take this and move it forward.
Yes.
Everybody in agreement?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
problem.
All right.
And these items were actually updated. Today I provided new copies on the dais, and there are new copies in
You did.
the back and online. It was updated. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Director, walk us through here.
And the next side, may I read the title?
Yes, go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor, a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a variance request to allow a maximum second story, the beam height of 33 feet and 4 inches above base flood elevation on property located at 775 Mastro Drive, where a maximum second story, the beam height of 27 feet above base flood elevation is otherwise permitted, providing for findings, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Do
think,
we need to move the other one also?
Yeah, we can hear them together, and then I
Together.
think we should also swear in anyone who would like to be testifying. This will be a quasi-judicial hearing. So if you could read the additional title.
If you could stand and raise your right.
Madam Clerk,
Oh,
why
the
don't you read the
additional
additional
title.
title also?
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a variance request to allow a maximum exterior wall height of 33 feet and 4 inches above base flood elevation on property located at 775 Mashta Drive, where a maximum exterior wall height of 24 feet and 6 inches above base flood elevation is otherwise permitted, providing for findings, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you will swear anyone in, please.
Please stand and raise your right hand. If you're all giving, do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give this evening is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. So what you have before you is a variance request for, I think what is safe to say is the most distinctive single property in the village of Key Biscayne and one of the most distinctive properties in South Florida, really, as it being at the end of a peninsula and made up of two different peninsulas at the end of this peninsula. So the variance request is to not increase the allowed height for the overall building, but to allow for the interior components where our zoning ordinance would usually require the upper floors to be set in. They want to have more flexibility to design further out. Now, the most important aspect from this, in my opinion, is sort of considering public impact. And in this case, this property is essentially either visible at more than 800 feet away across a body of water, from the case of some properties to the north, or invisible from the street because it's at the end of a private drive, or screened by landscaping by all of the properties that are also waterfront to the south because of where they've selected to build this build out the project on the northern sort of spit of the dual peninsula properties. So in my opinion, the impact to the public in this case is really negligible. I mean, I was joking you could build like a 1/3 scale replica of the Eiffel Tower here, and I would have a hard time saying no, because this really is essentially invisible in terms of a public impact standpoint. So they're not asking for a 1/3 replica of the Eiffel Tower. They're asking for an increase in the building massing, I would describe it, but not overall height. So I think in this case, it's also, they intend to go quite high with the ground level elevation and an extremely exposed location, with water on all sides and, very, very exposed in terms of the highest base flood elevation on the island as well.
So the setback would be the mitigant for the kind of verticality, but the conclusion is that there's no visual impact because of the verticality, so no need for the setback, basically.
Correct. Yeah, that's a good summary. I think the applicant has and also, by the way, I thank you to the clerk for distributing the updated memo. We just had some confusion about what was actually entered into the agenda. It was an earlier draft. So apologies for that. And I think the applicant has a presentation as well. But
Good evening, council members. Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue and my residence at 600 Grape Tree Drive. I'm here this evening representing the owner of the property at 775 Mashta Drive. I'm joined today by Adan Fors, our architect, Gustavo Garcia, our project manager, and Bobby Behar, my associate over at Gunster, Yoakley and Stewart. Boca Breeze is an entity controlled by the Metropolis family. And the Metropolis family, like so many of us, have fallen in love with Key Biscayne in a big way. After acquiring the subject property which we are discussing tonight, they also acquired the existing homes on each side of that property to create a sort of family compound. You can see on the aerial photo here, what has the dotted line outlining it is the 775 Mashta Drive property, the subject property we're discussing this evening. Has an outline there also of the proposed home and where it's going to be located on the northern side of that property. But then next door, they own also 755 Mashta Drive and 760 Mashta Drive. This creates a very unique situation in which the closest neighbor that is not an owner of the property is over 175 feet away. Here you have some other views of the property which demonstrate its uniqueness. You can see in the bottom right there, it is shaped in a very unusual shape. The fact that it is surrounded on water by three sides also makes it quite unique. And it is probably the most isolated home on Key Biscayne, as Jeremy mentioned. You have to go through two gates to get to this property, and it juts out from Mashta Island into Biscayne Bay. You can see there from the photos on the top left hand is the view from the initial gate, and as you're looking straight, you're seeing 755 Mashta, which is also owned by my client, and 760 Mashta on the left, which is also owned by them. Picture 2 is a little further in. You still can't see the property. Finally, picture 3 is when you get to the second gate, which is the gate for 775 Mashta. And then on the bottom left is a view from the neighboring property, which my client owns at 760 Mashta, looking over to 775 Mashta. Picture 5 is just looking straight out from 760 Mashta. Here is an aerial photograph taken from a higher elevation, and as you could tell, the sort of point there of Mashta Point juts out into Biscayne Bay, so making it very difficult to view really from any other neighboring property. Such a unique and privileged site deserves a unique and impressive home. And importantly, both for purposes of our discussion this evening, a home that is resistant and protected against the risks of storm surge and sea level rise. What we are seeking here today is to elevate the first habitable floor of this home so as to make it even more resilient, but just as importantly, not to be caught in a catch-22 situation, whereby other elements of the house have to suffer because they are not measured from the elevated habitable floor, but instead from the starting point of the base flood elevation. So now I'll ask Adan to give you a quick walkthrough, 2 minutes of the actual home so you can see how it looks like, and then we'll continue from there.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to present the architectural design. Adan Fons, architect, 2350 Coral Way, office, Rio 2. This project is very unique, as the site is very unique, and it's on the western side of Key Biscayne. It has water surrounding the entire peninsula. So what we look to do in the design is incorporate the residents with nature. So we wanted to be facing both the bay and facing the lagoon. Our first floor is dedicated to storage and parking, and we've elevated the home, as far as sustainability and resiliency. Our main level is basically our primary functions in the residence is our grand room, our family room, dining room. We have a theater. We want to make this the most luxurious property in Key Biscayne. And we've taken the main level and put out all our primary functions. One of the beautiful things is that we took the northern part and we wanted to make sure that the home was a sculptural piece, and we have glass facing both north, south, and so it's basically taking up all the views in. Our second main floor is dedicated to our bedrooms. There are secondary residential functions, which are bedrooms and the study, and we have our guest bedrooms as well on the end. You can see here We put the property on the northern side, which puts it away from the rest of the residences, kind of a little bit more secluded, as the site is a secluded site. But what we've done is we wanted to bring in a lush tropical landscape, and we put that towards the south and the entire property. We have more green space than that would be required, and we want to make this sure that it's feels very tropical and in keeping with that aspect. Here you can see a view from the north. This is basically from the bay side. It's basically you can see as you look back towards Key Biscayne that the southern side is articulated with dense trees and landscaping. And then here's basically a view from the lagoon side. This is kind of, it captures or wraps around the lagoon. And we wanted to make sure that we had the sweeping curves and that the design was something, unique. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adan. We now have a quick video to show you, which helps to illustrate what we're trying to accomplish here this evening. As you can see, this was a few weeks ago, September 26, 2024, during a storm event, and this is on a property that already the seawall was previously replaced and elevated back in 2020. And, it's probably the property in Key Biscayne that is most exposed to the elements. So this is indeed what we are trying to address. Here I have the variance procedures for you, and the criteria which we're considering this evening basically comes down to consistency, is what's proposed. The variance is proposed consistent with the intent of the code, which is to protect the stability and appearance of the community. And number two, is it compatible? Is what we're proposing compatible with the surrounding area. And here's a cross-section of the building. You'll see, as Jeremy mentioned, I have highlighted in green the height that is permitted for habitable space and the additional height that's permitted for rooftop equipment. And the building, as you'll see as we go through a series of cross-sections, stays within that maximum height of 35 feet. What we're discussing this evening is two other regulations, one having to do with the maximum height of an exterior wall and the maximum height of the second roof tie beam. In both cases, those measurements are taken, even in the case of an elevated home, from BFE, not from the elevated floor. So what happens is that when that measurement continues being taken from the BFE and you're trying to elevate the home for the sake of protecting it, you're essentially sacrificing habitable space in order to elevate the home. Here, as you can see, bottom left indicates the additional 5 feet that we want to increase over base flood elevation. The red outline is the 35 feet within which habitable space has to be, which we continue to preserve. Here we talk about exterior wall height. The lower blue line is where the code would allow the exterior wall to rise up to, as you can see, measured from BFE, even though we have a base floor, we have a first habitable floor, which is 5 feet higher. The upper blue line is what we're proposing to take the wall to. And if we were to measure the 24 feet 6 inches that is allowed for the exterior wall height from the habitable floor as opposed to the base flood elevation, it takes us practically to the point where we want to be. If there were a 1-for-1 ratio, because right now the code permits an additional half foot for every foot that you elevate the habitable floor by 1 foot, it's a 6 inch for 1 foot ratio. If it were a 1-for-1 foot ratio, we would be exactly at the point that we're proposing right now. Similarly, with the height of the tie beam, if we were to measure it from the habitable floor as opposed to the base flood elevation, we would pretty much be right at what's being proposed. So we're in a situation here that perhaps in other circumstances it might make some sense to continue measuring from base flood elevation, but I would submit to you, based on the location of this property, its susceptibility, its vulnerability to storm surge and sea level rise, the fact that it's located in such an isolated area, that having that sort of distinction and not measuring from the habitable floor, but instead from the lower point of BFE is not justified. And here, same pictures that we were looking at before, but we planted in the proposed home to see where it would be visible from. And indeed, from the first point, which is the first gate going into the property, you can't see it. At the second point, as you're going down that drive, you still can't see it. At the third point, when you're here, you're still not going to be able to see it because it's to the right and it's going to be behind landscaping. Where you finally start seeing something of this building is if you're in the property next door, which is again owned by my client, and you go all the way to the property line that he shares with the other neighboring property owner, and you crane your neck to the right, you start seeing something of the building. You see the little cabana area that's out there at the southern end, which is not requiring any of these sort of increases. And the main house you see there on the extreme right. In reality, what everybody enjoys, what everybody is here on this part of the island too, is to enjoy this view. When you're looking straight out into the open waters of Biscayne Bay, which both have a great view and a great promise, but they also have their threats and their challenges when you're constructing there, now more so than ever and only increasing. So your staff is recommending approval with conditions. Those conditions are acceptable to us. The nearest property owner has already submitted a letter of support for the application. We ask that you follow your staff's recommendation and vote to approve these variances. Thank you very much. The rest of the team is here, and if necessary, I'll reserve a little time for rebuttal.
What's the elevation of the seawall?
You have to go to the microphone.
625 NGVD.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what are we required now? Where's Jeremy? There he is.
So we fall under county regulations. I know that's above the requirement. I think the existing code, I'd have to double check, but I think it's 5.5.
But when we're talking about elevating all seawalls,
6.5 for NEVD. Okay, yeah, 6.5 NEVD, which
is the county
standard. Do you know if that was NGVD or NAVD? The NGVD. So
he's saying 6 1/4.
But NGVD, which is
88 or 27,
which is higher than 6.5, right?
No. It's what it is.
Add 1.5
Depends
to in that case.
Depends which NGVD you're looking at, 1927 or 1988.
Right, which datum you're looking at. So
my point is,
subtract.
will this comply with the new higher standard, both for us and for them to protect them? That's all I'm asking. And if not, I'm sure they'll be happy to raise it. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know if their current plan is to raise it. I know the existing wall meets minimum county requirements, is the same as ours. Yeah.
So you're saying the existing seawall will remain?
The seawall was recently reconstructed and permitted in 2018, and the new seawall was built in 2020, right before the pandemic. So it's a brand new seawall, wrapping with new riprap, the entire property. So that's.
I think we're anticipating, all of us, that the county requirements are going to be changing. But that's prospective. But that's likely to happen.
Mario, do you have a picture from this spot number 5 looking back at the house? Or only from 4?
4 is a little bit further to the property line, as you can tell from the key there. So that's sort of, the vantage point that you would have. 5, I think, would perceptibly not be too much of a difference. And remember, this is still on property that's owned by a client. Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen
Tent is
lots
probably
of
for a long
funky
time.
things happen with requests for variances like that.
I built a house 40 years ago down the street that I lived in, next to Nancy's, which is a 17-foot BFE first floor, and then the extension base to 35 feet. And nobody really objected to it over the last 40 years.
Mario, on the covenant, should it be a single folio and a covenant?
It should be a unity of title.
It should. And
There
and
should
then
be.
you'll get a single folio.
Correct.
For all of those properties?
No, what the condition of approval is that there's various folios right now for the subject property, 775 Mashta.
But
and
the
so-
other two, the exact neighbors that make it
Correct.
so it's not a big deal to build this house,
Mhm.
are still separate and can
Correct.
be sold
Correct.
as soon as you get the big house variance.
Yeah, I mean, there's family members that are living in those other homes, so I don't think there's any intent to sell anytime soon. And again, even from the view of this home, let's assume it's sold, it's still, barely perceptible.
Your point is that.
Well,
later
do you
they can sell.
remember at the bottom of Harbor Drive?
Yes.
It was the
Yes.
same thing. And it immediately went up for sale.
So, one of my comments is that the documents that we received on October 4th lacked so much information. All it told us was you guys wanted close to 9 feet more in height, but it was just a couple of plans. We didn't have any cross section of what it's going to look like. I mean, every time we submit for a variance, there's certain requirements that has to be on there in order to give it to the dais for us to be able to make a decision. This is the first time seeing 3 dimensions, what the actual heights they're asking for. I don't even know why you are asking for the height at the edge on such a large project. I think we really have to look at our own policy of certain requirements that when someone asks for a variance, they have to deliver these level of drawings for us to understand. Almost every other municipality requires these to do. So I know, Jeremy, you said we do, but it's just, I mean, this is what we got. We just had we had a survey and 3 plans. That was it. But we should be seeing this thing in elevation, in section. But it wasn't. I didn't receive it. I don't know if you guys received
Rendering. There's a rendering here.
it. Yeah, on the front page. Or are you talking about in the presentation?
Yeah.
That's fine. But on October 4th, that should be in this packet.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, so that we have time to understand
I understand what you mean.
what they're asking for.
I understand.
Which is required everywhere. When we work in Miami Beach, everybody requires, it has to be shown in a certain way, or I'm sorry, it doesn't come. You have to wait till the next meeting because it's not ready. Because this is really hard for us to look at. I'm glad that we saw it in the presentation. It's difficult because I'm starting to hear this idea that, we want to raise higher for resiliency, and we're being penalized now because we can't measure from the bottom floor. And we changed this code in, 2 or 3 years ago? And we wanted to be very careful that the walls close to the sides of the property didn't feel too massive. But at the same time, we wanted to allow people some flexibility. So what we did is saying every foot you brought up, you can bring that wall up 6 inches for every foot, up to a certain maximum height. And then, you're starting to see these houses being built, and they're pretty big. You can already start feeling them in their heights. And, the way I look at it, and I know I think we had a meeting last week, and we said that, we're hearing that we're being penalized by this, but there's a huge benefit that you're gaining by lifting your house up, not just for resiliency. And I'm sure that's one great aspect, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of builders want something a little bit more than that. They want a beautiful, nice space underneath. They want to park their cars underneath their house. You're able to have flexibility of your square footage, because before you have to put a carport or a garage, you have to build around it. Now you can just build over it, a beautiful space. Whenever a variance comes, I know that, at least to me, I always try to find what's the hardship. Why are they asking this question? This is a huge site. I see that the floor to floor are 14 feet 6 inches tall, and you're asking for 9 feet increase. It's a lot, and it's not that, but I can't get my air conditioning, my ceiling, my air conditioning ducts in, my ceilings are going to only be 7 feet tall because of this. No, I mean, we got 14'6" floor to floor, plus another piece on top. And our code allows that, okay, if you want to go higher, you have to just start moving in a little bit to kind of take that impact down. Now I understand that this might not be seen from the street, but I think there are still neighbors along this whole area when they're looking out at the view. There's going to be a pretty nice sized building that's going to be there. So, and then the question is, when does it stop? You know, okay, this one asked for it, then somebody else is going to say, well, I'm doing resiliency too. I want to build high, and I want 14-foot ceilings. And I mean, if they were asking 2 feet or something like that, I might be in favor of this. But this is 9 feet. This is a huge ask of height, and it's only at the edge of the property. So I don't know. I really don't support it because one, I just think it's too big of an ask, and it doesn't. I can't find what that hardship is to request such a big variance. If it was smaller, I could support it, but right now I can't with that height difference.
I understand what you're saying. If it was the middle of the block or normal lot, I'd be 100% with you. But you're looking at extremely large lot, a unique lot, doesn't fit in with our normal requirements of 70 by 100 foot lots or 100 by 150 foot lots, and it is isolated, and they have demonstrated, I mean, I lived there for a long time, that basically it's not gonna affect anybody. Maybe Tim Bryan, who lives next door, but the only person I could think of who could possibly have a view, like you said, view of it. Otherwise, it would just, I don't see where your objection would be, since it's isolated, and since the massing on the size of that lot also. I mean, it's unique, and we're dealing with something unique. We're not dealing with a standard lot. So that's why I don't understand why we're talking about big houses on 7,500 lots. I agree with you completely. But something like this, and they want to elevate the thing, and who cares when they get 12 feet floor to floor, 14 feet floor to floor? Sure, it's going to make it more majestic, okay? And more luxurious, as they say, because that's going to make it, quote, more regal. But it's not going to affect anybody else. And they're going to give them what they want, and we're going to get more tax dollars.
Oh, Frank? This is, we talk about this all the time. What do you think about interpreting this way? It's not really height, and we're in an isolated area. It is wall height. So the bulk of it is what's affected by this potential variance, not so much the height. And that would be of consequence on Beechwood or Enid. But we're not there, and there's nobody around. The experience that Allison and I were remembering is a slightly different issue, which is what happens when the properties adjacent sell to a non-family member, and they don't like the as-built condition because it's disproportionate to the rest of the neighborhood. I don't know how to grapple with that contingency on this, but that's the consideration that we dealt with at the end of Harbor. And ultimately, when that variance is allowed, there's really no solution to that other than you don't like it, don't buy it.
It's the best solution.
But how do you feel about the difference between wall height and aggregate height where you're isolated? Does that make a difference for you?
It might. I mean, you have to think of what the purpose of the code is. I mean, should we have another zoning district for that purpose, right? I mean, you know what's going to happen, right? The next person that's building something, they're going to say, well, you guys gave them 9 feet. I mean, we're already seeing it on a project that's going to come next week.
We just want what they have.
Yeah, so
Like with a lot like
even
that,
though
why not?
it legally it doesn't work that way, but you know that's what comes, right? The next person asks for it. And again, I look at this and if there was like, guys, I can't squeeze it in here, it's just not really working, we need a couple of feet, that's one thing. But when you're asking for 9 feet and it's on a huge property that could be uniquely designed beautifully in any way, even within the code, I just have a hard time saying yes to it because of that. That's all.
Mario would remember years ago, Zork 2, one of the reasons that we were very strict about not granting variances was because of precedential value. You know, not wanting to contend with the slippery slope.
The FAR, they meet the maximum of FAR.
Yeah.
They're not going over it, right?
If I could make some points, indeed, FAR, every other aspect of the code, they're in compliance. On open space in particular, it's exceptional. They have over 34,000 square feet of open space. That's almost like 3 home sites of open space that are there. And some other points that came up in the discussion, the criteria that are applicable here in Key Biscayne is not a hardship criteria. It's consistency with the goals of the code and compatibility with the surrounding area. And again, the precedential value is going to be limited. You have to decide these cases on the facts before you. And here you're dealing with a property that's surrounded on 3 sides by water. I don't think there's probably not another one like it. Exceptionally isolated from the rest of the village. And indeed, a site that has its constraints. It's a very weird shape. And we're trying to put the home, the livable area on the northern side, let's call it, of the lagoon, the northern side of the claw. So as to push it as much as possible away from neighboring properties and try to make this as nice of a house as possible and least impactful, and more than anything, a sort of resilient and safe home considering the investment that's going here. And so, you know, this is our best effort. And at the end of the day, the differences that we're talking about here, it's not overall height. We're within that overall height. It's the height of certain elements. And those elements are really imperceptible from any neighboring property, or much less from the street or even from the water.
So one of my things, again, going back to the 14 feet 6 inches high, if you brought those to 12 foot high, which is still a very high height for a house, you're already gaining 5 feet back, right? So instead of asking for 9, you're only asking for 4 or 3 point something or whatever. And it's still a huge height for a home. You know, it's what I see it is like, I want the 14 feet 6 inches. That's why I need the 9 feet. It's not that, hey, I want to lift my house up and I got 10-foot ceilings and that's why I want the height. So it's a little bit different when I started looking at the presentation of what the ask was. And again, I don't see the ask being, I'm in a hardship, I want to do the, you know, I don't see it. I mean, they're going to keep the understory because there's a huge benefit to have it under there.
Sure.
For them either way. But if it was not 9 feet, maybe if it was 4 feet or 3 feet, I can see like, okay, they're pretty far. There's only a little ask. We understand kind of the, you know, circumstances of the uniqueness of the site, but I just don't know. I don't know what is, you know, almost 15-foot high floors. Of course, you're going to need a big variance for it, and that's really what I see as being the ask.
I mean, if it's helpful, we could ask the architect to explain sort of why we have that floor-to-ceiling height and the equipment that has to go inside. I know there's some consideration to the fact because of the exposure that there is to water and so forth, with the mechanical equipment having to go on the rooftop, and I think that impacts some of the considerations. So we can go into that discussion if you think it's helpful.
What's your finished floor height, ceiling, not
That's-
floor to floor, but actual
Floor to ceiling.
ceiling?
Floor to floor is 14.6, like you had mentioned, but when we start putting in the HVE systems and the pipes routing for plumbing from above, we're ending more around 12. And for a property
It's only 12
at this height, at this let's say at this type of property, 12 feet is probably the minimum. So that was one of the things. In addressing the wall height, one of the things that we looked at was the envelope. The code reads wall height, and everybody assumes wall height is like a block and stucco, so it's more of a hard surface. We wanted to lighten up the residence, so what we did is create more of a lighter structure by doing the slabs, which are more horizontal, and the curves, which give you more in and out, which is also another aspect of the code where they have differential planes. So one of the things is that we also, when we put the house to the north, we wanted, it's actually the narrowest part of the property, but it's also further away from the rest of the homes. If we were to push the house, it's 72 feet away from the other property, which is owned by the same owner or by the same family. So this house is actually starting 72 feet away from the property line that's to the east. If we built closer to that property line, we'd actually be able to build a more massive house, which was not the intent. We wanted to kind of be able to bring in the landscaping on the south. We wanted to kind of elaborate the property a little bit more, and actually it's a unique property, and we wanted to present it in that manner. Our design is kind of focused on that. Again, we think that the glass lightens the structure, so it's not really wall height, and like Mario mentioned, we're not going above the height allowed by the code. We're actually, there's two parts of the code tie beam, which again references structural walls. We're more of a cantilevered slab. And then the other aspect is wall, just wall height in general, which is more of a mass. Just you say wall, everybody thinks it's massive. And we want to build a resilient structure. We've taken the approach of raising it and kind of use the window line with steel to kind of line the structure so that it doesn't appear that way. And we've moved the house further west, which is trying to line it also. Again, when you take the view from 72 feet and you're looking at the house, we're not asking for overall height. We're just asking for the tie beam and what's in the code as wall height. I would say if you look at the code for future, I would adjust that language maybe, but the overall height we're complying with. We think that the height is where the house should be. It's just that it's very when you do that wedding cake, you end up with a fatter or wider house, and it doesn't actually take advantage of this unique site. Again, this is and I feel I'm excited about the project. I feel honored to be working on this project. So I really feel this is a very unique site, and it requires a very unique design. And then that's all I would say. Thank you.
So if I may, I'd like to address a question raised about the adjacent properties and the event that they could sell, because they certainly could. And in fact, when we're considering these things, we should assume they will, for the sake of argument. Can you pull up a site plan that shows the new house and some context? Because this was definitely a point that we considered, staff considered, and it's part of their design that sort of got me over that hurdle, because of what could be built per code, as opposed to their approach. So per code, I'm gonna have to point at the screen. They could build. This is the footprint of the building they could build. So instead of something larger in that area, they're actually presenting the thinnest or the smallest face of the building towards the side lot of their neighbor. So the side lot means that building, their neighboring building, is actually the long face of that building. So if you actually compare the existing building to the portion of their building facing that building, the existing building is bigger along that facade than this one. So that was actually part of the consideration as well. If this was turned the other way, it would have a massive impact on the adjacent properties. And then, of course, the fact that the landscape screening and the setback is larger in that area, and particularly that the house is oriented to the north and the landscape's on the south. That's where all the factors that sort of got me to this isn't just an isolated site, but they're also positioning it in such a way to make it even more isolated from the properties to the south or any other properties that would have visibility to it.
Can you show us where in plan the actual variance occurs? Because I'm guessing that where the cars are parked is pretty set back far that they can go much higher with their walls there, right? So it only triggers on this little thin piece going out. But again, this is like a plan that they should be required to have to give to us to show us where it is in plan that's actually encroaching past the setback. So we can understand, do we have 5 feet, do we have 10 feet, whatever it is, when does it start that wall?
Yeah, I mean, I think the section shows it most clearly.
But it doesn't section, I understand that, but that section only occurs so much and then it stops, right?
If you look at this plan, we're really only discussing the area that's, I don't know how to show it, but let's say, put the screen here. We're really only, we're about to be, we're okay here, we're only talking about this area here. That would be a fact.
And are there any illustrations or pictures of what that would look like from Harbor Point? Like the neighbors looking straight at this new wall?
Harbor Point, let me see, we've got, you see where Harbor Point is there?
Yeah.
For further east, we don't have an image from there, but that's probably about a 800-foot distance away, I'd say.
Okay. I thought they were closer. This picture helps me.
Yep.
Yeah, it would
That's far.
probably not be perceived.
That's significant.
And is the homeowner here?
No, homeowner's not here.
So if I may add, I've known the family since 2015, 2016, when they originally purchased the property. He has made this 775 his home, his winter home for many years since. He currently is residing in California at the moment, so he couldn't attend here. But it's a family that is well known in South Florida, not only in Key Biscayne, but also in West Palm. And he has worked considerably hard to accumulate enough property where he can turn this into a family compound in a way, a family residence. A big value is the open space. So that's why a lot of what we call in the thumb on the claw is all open space and landscape. And the two adjacent homes, perhaps in the future, might reduce also the density, which brings added value. So it's not the intent of the owners that I'm aware is to sell the properties next door, but rather incorporate them and perhaps bring down the density of the family homes that he owns. Perhaps a tennis court or something else that also provides added value to what is a unique property.
Okay. Mr. Sardinia?
Just with what Brett was saying procedurally, and requirements, and making sure that moving forward, we have a very clear understanding of what needs to come before us prior to having this meeting. This is the first time I see cross sections as well. I saw very strange rendering. I really didn't understand where the variance was. All I saw was in text was that the variance was quite a lot foot-wise. So I don't know what we need to do to create some type of SOP or general requirement that just doesn't come to dais unless we have that with plenty of time to really look at it. I do appreciate this is a unique location. I do appreciate that it's not going to affect most of the surrounding areas. Jeremy and I had a long conversation about it. I'm starting to understand that and see that. I also thought Harbor Point was closer. It's not, and I should know that because I've been through there quite a lot. And it is a unique place. So I just want to make sure that procedurally we're standardizing what, and I almost want to understand why it didn't come sooner.
Well, can I say also, we've had this conversation,
Have.
like, I mean, it's Groundhog's Day.
100%.
I thought we had even said that we were going to try to make it like a two-step process
We
when
did.
things like this
When we
came
did
before us. And this is maybe on me because I've been really, really sick and I did not check my email, but literally this is the first I'm seeing this.
Yeah.
So it makes it super hard to make a decision. But I'm asking around. I think even had I seen the email, it was Saturday, right? Or did I miss something else entirely?
So we did send out packages on October 4th. I just checked and we did not include, we failed to include the drawings, the full set of drawings.
So
because the applicant did submit them to us. So
October 4th, you sent it.
we sent
Somehow I
the
missed
site
it,
plan
but it
application.
wasn't in the agenda. Like, I'm looking
Wasn't
through
on the
my
agenda
book.
either. No,
Was
it came separate.
Yeah.
It was
came
added to
separate.
the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I had my meeting briefing and went through the agenda, I'm right in thinking this was not supposed to be on, I wasn't supposed to be ready for this.
So there was a time where this was not on the agenda and then it was placed back on the agenda. So I don't know how that affected timelines on some of the briefings. But we did send out the package on the 4th. And so
But we talked Friday and
Yeah.
we didn't discuss this.
We definitely got it because I found a mistake.
We discussed it, but I didn't see.
we discussed it.
The plans. I didn't see the cross sections. I didn't see any
Right.
of this detail. Yeah. Okay.
No, and that should have been provided on the 4th. And that is our SOP.
Okay.
Okay, so let me add my comments. I agree with what Mr. Sardinias was saying, but obviously doesn't apply to this particular situation. It's more of a generic thing, but we do need to have a standardized way of presenting things. So, Mr. Manager, let's clear that up. And we need to have also an understanding, and we need to study this issue of the VFE. It's going to continue to come before us. And I think that we want to make sure that we don't have to make this a variance if that's our policy decision, if we're going to go in that direction or not. So that we're not, granting variances to something that if it's a policy that we want to promote people to do this kind of thing by raising the BFE, then we should adjust ourselves. But again, this is separate and apart from this particular project here. And that's something that we need to take care of. I agree with Ed and some of the other comments. It is a unique piece of property. It is something that makes sense for this site. As Ed said, if it's a 75 by 100 lot in the middle of the block, yeah, you wouldn't even consider this. So, but what I'm looking at seems to make sense unless I hear something different. But I think that unless there's other objections, we can further discuss this and take a vote or do whatever else is. Let me open. A public hearing is now open on this issue. Come forward. Put your name and address for the record.
Burdell Buckley, 200 Ocean Lane Drive. The massing probably should have some elegance on this very nice property, but what's missing is shown on the section, and that's what's going to be on top of this. They show a mechanical space up there. It could be a terrible eyesore. As far as the presentation, any architectural presentation that doesn't include 4 elevations is worthless.
Thank you for your comments.
The code provision on mechanicals requires screening, right?
Talking to Jeremy?
Okay, Mr. Attorney?
Yes.
So Jeremy just answered the question of Councilmember Kaplan. It's a motion is up, in your court right now at this point.
One last comment. I was reminded today, a conversation about our community and how we do things and how we're all part of a community. I don't know if this is audacious to request, but if somebody's going to come ask for a variance to be part of our community, I would rather that they would be here in person. And it's something that I don't know if this has to be part of the procedural part of it. I don't know if we can make an SOP, but I would like to meet the owner. And I would like the owner to explain to us and give us kind of similar to what you did on his behalf, explaining who he is, what they are, and what's his purpose and intent. We want to invite everybody into our community. We love our community, and we want to have that opportunity to do so.
Councilmember, if I may add, the owner, Evan Metropolis, will be here in Florida. This is his residence. This is his hometown. So I would let him know that to meet at your office and meet the entire council when he's here in about a month and a half.
Okay.
So I'll make sure to extend that invitation and that he meets with a council member.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we have 2 items, so we need 2 separate votes. So we could go sequentially with 10H and then 10I.
Why don't you repeat the difference between the two?
Is it possible to add this to our special meeting about the other variance requests so that we can maybe get the extra elevations and also just feel a little bit Maybe I'm the only one who feels this way, maybe because I got out of being sick in bed for so many days. But would anyone else be up for that?
To do what?
To push this to the special meeting that we're having about the Silver Sands and vote on it then? Is it too late to do that?
No, it can be deferred to a date certain.
I mean, I don't feel personally, I mean, maybe you already have enough votes and you don't need me, but I don't feel like I can vote yes on this right now.
So you vote no?
Ed, that's your thing.
You just want another meeting, I think.
No, it's the same one we are already having.
We're gonna miss you
just-
too.
A longer
okay.
meeting.
We're gonna miss you.
We're gonna take a double time next time.
Okay, yeah, I expect double time. All right, I guess no one else wants to do that. Okay.
It is our soft tradition for a long time to try to honor a colleague's requests. I wouldn't be upset if that happened, but personally, I feel ready to make a decision on this, and I don't think that what would be forthcoming would affect my analysis in any way.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair because Jeremy said they should have sent the stuff out on the 4th, pictures and everything.
Yeah, so that's on
So
me.
It's not their.
It's not,
their fault.
okay.
And we have no requirement for the owner to show up.
Okay, let's take 10H.
Did you want me to do a roll call?
So
Yeah, can you explain what the two are
So
again?
10H
Yeah, that's-
is a variance allowing a maximum second story tie beam height of 33 feet 4 inches above the base flood elevation, where 27 feet is otherwise permitted. So that's 10H. And then 10I is a request to allow the maximum exterior wall height of 33 feet 4 inches above base flood elevation, where the maximum exterior wall height of 24 feet 6 inches is permitted.
Do you guys understand the difference?
No.
All right, so what happens in our zoning code is that at the property line, your wall can't be higher than the 24 feet, right? As you get set in, you can continue to go up, but as you set in, you can only go up to 27 and stop. And after that, it has to start sloping up to the 35. So what they're asking is, since they're on the property line, they need to ask for both of those to go up to 33 feet.
That's for 10H.
It's for both.
Well, but 10I is the max is 24 feet 6 inches.
That's what I said. The first one was 24 feet on the property line, and as you move in, it can only go up to 27 feet.
And
so they have
did
to
we
ask for
see
both.
where those were? There, it was on the curve?
Show the pictures again. There you go.
So the nearest property line would be on this side, east. The request is really for this area here.
And the other side too, right? Is that a property line there or no? Those dashes?
Well, this is one of the property lines because it's contract with Google
Okay.
and the bay, but we're talking about neighbor. You don't have a neighbor this way or this way, the neighbor's up here. So we're not requesting anything here. The request is really because the code the way it's written.
Can you put the rendering back up?
And wasn't there also one for the ground floor? Or no?
That's base flood elevation.
And you're building at where we have set BFE +1? You're not going up higher?
+4.
Looking at your rendering, it appears that it's all glass. There's no wall anywhere, is that right? It's all glass all around?
Correct, it's kind of a.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's all glass, it's a.
So there won't be the appearance of a massive wall anywhere?
No, we wanted it to look a little transparent, because
Yeah.
we wanted more linear,
Thank you.
which also reduces the.
You see it?
To answer your question, Councilmember McCormick, the BFE, they're allowed to go higher than the code.
As long as the
minimum.
top doesn't go up.
Correct.
Right. Didn't we have a limit, Brett, when we redid it? Before we penalized people, 10% if they went above BFE 10, so on your FAR.
Yeah.
Then we changed that so they could put cars underneath. But then didn't we put a limit on how far they went before they get penalized again?
I thought we got rid of that.
We got rid of the cap.
Oh,
Yeah,
get
we
rid
got
of it.
rid of.
Good,
I
okay,
think
good.
because of you, we got rid of the
Okay,
cap.
good.
So I think it was because of you. I think you made that motion.
Just
and
make
that-
sure we
and
did.
We all agreed.
There's still
So-
the FAR cap.
There is. It was that the finished floor elevation and the base flood elevation had to be the same.
Yeah, it only changes by the 6 inches up to 24 feet. You can keep going if you want to go.
All right.
We're going to be
So
revisiting
this is reminiscent of the variance that we granted for Tom Weber on that house on Sunset Circle, I think, Brett, where because of, like, he wanted to be able to go up more even though he needed to come in. Yes? It's the same.
I would agree with that if we weren't talking about 14 and a half.
That house.
Yeah, no. I'm not comparing them.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's the same.
It's
That
an awkward site.
if this second story came in a little, they could go up. They're fine. They don't need a variance.
Yeah, they could go in. No, but because they're going to 33 feet, so they need a variance no matter what. Because they're even if you push the wall in, you can only go 27. They want to go all the way to 33.
But staying somehow still below our max? No.
And our max is 35, so they're staying below the max. Yes, but their wall height is going higher.
Oh, because it's not sloped in.
Not sloped in.
I understand now.
And that one had.
Or you're not breaking the wall because you can break the wall and add another.
Yeah,
wall
that's
if
what I
you need
meant.
to,
If
yeah.
they stepped it in, they could have.
Yeah.
That one had a hardship where the.
No, I
was
remember
platted.
it. I remember
that was
why
different.
we gave it to them.
They couldn't change it.
That was also in consideration of perceived low, if any, impact on the neighbors.
And that's really no impact on it.
Yeah.
Call the question. What's
Okay.
wrong?
Let's do it.
Is there a motion?
Yeah.
On 10H?
Move
Second.
What is the motion? I'm
to
sorry.
approve that item.
Approve how it is 10H.
As is. Okay.
With the staff's condition, recommendation of condition, I think Jeremy has a couple conditions in his staff report.
Consensus of council then.
No, I think you have to do a roll call, no?
Yeah.
Keep talking about the addition, the amendment.
What's a resolution? I could do a roll call. I'll do a roll call. Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick.
No.
Councilmember Moss.
No.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The next item, 10I. Councilmember Kaplan.
I think
Oh.
we need a motion on that.
You want to read it? You want to read it?
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
What is this one, just for the public?
This is 10I, which is to permit a wall height of 33 feet 4 inches above the base flood elevation, where a maximum wall height of 24 feet 6 inches is permitted. And we
Move.
would also incorporate in the staff's conditions.
Move.
Second.
So
Go ahead.
as amended.
Yes.
Just one moment. Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick.
No.
Councilmember Moss.
No.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Hope you have a good night.
As well.
We got a ways to go yet. All right, let's see if we can.
The next item, Mr. Mayor. Just a moment. Is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, establishing the village's 2025 legislative priorities and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
I think everybody's had a chance to look at it. The only thing I wanted to add was the issue of making it a little bit more front and center. It's in there, but property insurance continues to be a woe for everyone on this island, as well as the issues of meeting the reserve requirements. We want people to meet those reserve requirements, but obviously, if there's a way to provide a little bit of relief, that we would also advocate for that. That's my suggestion to add to the package.
So, Mr. Mayor, what we have right here under policies, I'm looking at 5E is the one we're referring to. We currently state that we'll monitor. What you're asking for is that we put it more in a proactive and to actually advocate for those things in the benefit of our condominium association.
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody have?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Which item are we on right now? It's the legislative, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had, there's two of them in there that I just had a quick question about. What tab is this on? Sorry, guys.
14.
14, yeah.
All right. So in 14, seawall construction. I just wanted to understand this one a little bit better. This one popped up because there's a pretty big match here, right? We're asking for $750,000, but we're going to match $750,000. Can you explain what we're trying to do with what this would be used for?
Yeah, so this will be the outfall for Zone 1. So we'll be where we will build the dissipator structure and the outfall in the chosen location.
So when we get an outfall, this is what we would use it to.
Yes.
If we do get awarded this appropriation, how long do we have to spend that?
So the appropriation, this would be approved starting the fiscal year for the state starts July 1st, and we'd have to spend it through June 30th of
We have 1 year.
2026, yeah.
1 year to spend that.
1 year, yes.
And that goes toward the actual construction of it?
It does.
And if we don't spend it, what happens?
Well, we're going to spend it, but if we don't, we could probably do a reasonable extension, but we don't have an endless extension. But I mean, we'd have to have an exact, a very specific rationale as to why. They're obviously not going to let it run out for years on end, but perhaps maybe a few months. If we haven't completed the construction, they may give us an extension.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
Is 8 is lifted out of our steer right stuff. Is that really helpful to a reader outside of our little family? Should we refer, for example, to the policies adopted by the League of Cities and not the itemization of our,
Yeah, you're right.
Sort of vague aspirations?
Safe and secure village. Okay, yeah, I think you just ended there at secure village. Right?
There are specifics. They're not enumerated. Somebody's going to deliver this to somebody, and it's not going to be comprehensible, is my fear. Because it really doesn't ask for anything actionable.
No, what it does is it says whatever those items that these people put forth, we will also back. Okay, as a municipality.
I don't want to, it's not a big point, but I would lead with what they enumerate as their policy goals that we support, not vaguely allude to our goals that they may align with.
Well, I think there's two parts to it. One, obviously, we want to be full partners with the Florida League of Cities, the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, but we also want to pick and choose which items that they put forward, whether we want to put our weight behind it. Now, there may be a better way to write this, but I don't think we want to give, only being, one member of each one of those organizations, there may be something they put forward that we don't support. So we want to make sure that we don't completely tie ourselves to them, but at the same time, if they do something that supports our goals, we will definitely put our consideration behind it.
I take the point perfectly. That's sort of my thought. And the way I would think to write it would be to articulate those goals that we support. One other quick thought. We don't deal with Live Local. Maybe we intend not to, but if we were to support anything that encourages and facilitates the development of necessary affordable housing, but qualified by the notion that we target areas that are suitable for that type of development based on existing densities and traffic conditions and other impacts and compliance with concurrency standards, to get to the very point that I thought was a really good takeaway when our state rep was here a couple of weeks ago. Is that a good idea?
Yeah. Yeah, because we're trying to get something changed at the state legislation to omit
Yeah.
situations that we're in, right?
Yeah, the point about not everything belongs every place is the point.
Yeah.
Let me attempt to write up something. I think I know where you're going. In fact, maybe we can do this together, council member. I know what you're saying. I think at the time that we wrote this, we wanted to be a little sensitive as to how we address Live Local. I think now that we've heard both from our representative and our senator today, that they are looking at a way that perhaps they could carve us out or find some sort of exception to us. Maybe that can be how we write it up. Work with our representatives to find a way that identifies Key Biscayne as a unique location where Live Local does not apply for a number of reasons: evacuation routes, density, et cetera, and so forth.
I'm happy to help with that. I think that the way not to do it is to oppose, the legislation that's designed to facilitate affordable housing. That would be the wrong foot forward.
Right. So and I think that's why we're kind of sensitive, and that's why it's probably it's why it's not in here. But I think now that they've given us an open door, that they're willing to work with us, I think that's something we can jump on and write in a proper way.
I thought I had everything, but there was one other thing that we introduce year after year after year. Not every year, but having to do with recyclable materials and the preemption. The clamshells and the straws and the this and that. We keep trying, we keep losing.
Yeah, those are the kind of things that we work with Florida League of Cities with and that kind of thing.
I just want to clarify one more time, Steve, what I meant by the $750,000 is that $1.5 million, we can spend that on the existing easements that we have right now, or we would have to acquire an easement to order to spend the money. That's what my worry is, and making sure that we have an easement and we can spend it, or can we spend this on the easements that we have right now?
Well, we can't spend it to purchase them. That's not.
No. I mean, can we spend it on the outfalls that we have right now? Because we have 3 outfalls right now that we can build this on. Can we use that money to build what we need to on those 3 outfalls, or are we looking at using this to build it for a future easement that we're trying to get for a new outfall?
Well, I think we're going to write it vague enough to allow us to do either.
All right. I just want to make sure that if we get this money, we can spend it.
It's going to provide outfall support for Zone 1, but with constructing a seawall, in a very, what's the word that we use there? I forgot what it was.
But it has living.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about the very, the one that, because we're at Aquatic State Preserve. I know the Rowan word. Where is it? It's very, anyway, very, very natural and very environmentally sound.
Okay.
That's another part of there that we didn't put in here, but the intent is twofold, and that's why we call it. We don't have it here, but it supports the maritime structure and the impact on Biscayne Bay. It's a living seawall where we can do either a single dissipator, a single seawall, or we can spread it out amongst a number of them. Again, since we haven't made the decision in zone yet, where the.
But we can spend it in.
Yeah. And we'll write it specific enough, but yes, with some vagary that allow us by the time this goes to. Actually goes to session in March when the budget comes through. I will imagine we'll have a location of where we need to put this.
Okay. We're good with 10A as amended.
Consensus of council on the Live Local issue. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, accepting a municipal planning matching grant award in an amount of $36,263 from the Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization (TPO) for the Rickenbacker Causeway, Crandon Boulevard Traffic and Mobility Solutions Project, and approving an interlocal agreement related to the same, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Moving second.
Can we do B and C together since they're one's dependent on the other?
Absolutely. Reads 10C.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. for the Rickenbacker Causeway, Crandon Boulevard Traffic and Mobility Solutions Project in an amount not to exceed $72,526 and providing for an effective date.
Also move.
Second. Moving second. That's properly before us. Okay. Ms. Blank, you want to tell us what we're doing here?
Yes, good evening, council members. Colleen Blank, Capital Program and Grant Manager. These items are related, and one is a grant agreement with the Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Authority, and the other one is the contract with the consultant that would be doing the work funded by the grant. So the work is going to do a traffic data analysis and study for the Rickenbacker Causeway from the toll plaza to Bill Baggs, specifically focusing on peak traffic hours for the village, which, as we've seen, are weekend hours during the spring. I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo. During the spring beach season, and then when we have events as well. So this is meant to inform short-term standard operating procedure improvements like MOTs during those events, as well as the long-term Rickenbacker Causeway master planning process.
Okay, good deal. Seeing no other conversation on this, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I have a brief question, Mayor. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Thank
Fernando.
Yeah, Colleen, I mean, I really appreciate the information gathering, and I think that's always very useful to have. The thing is this information going to be useful in the sense that it's going to be actually applicable? The problem that I always hear about the causeway or any type of logistics we want to work with, we can never get to that point because we're dealing with multi-agencies. I don't think that's the reality. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, that we gather information, I'm perfectly fine with that, but I don't really think that we really have the pieces in place logistically to use that information properly. Perhaps that question extends beyond what you're trying to do right now, but I think it's really a message more to everybody in the administration. So far, what I'm trying to hear about the events and everything that we try to do, we can never coordinate it properly because somebody else has that jurisdiction. So I'm not trying to extrapolate on this, but I'm really trying to use this as a platform to say, why are we getting all this data if at the end of the day, we're always going to come back and say, we're working on it, we're trying to work this out with other agencies where we really have no jurisdiction over it. So are we spending our money wisely?
Council member, good questions, and we ask those questions all the time. In fact, I think it happened yesterday at an event. But I think without information, we go unarmed, right? And when we always go anecdotally that we have problems, and what we want to do is be able to gather the information. We want to collate the information. We want to be able to identify when we are significantly impacted and from where. We are going to use this information specifically in the Rickenbacker Causeway Master Plan as we work with the county, so that will be one use of it. We're working very closely with FDOT. Secretary Miller has been very forward in this thing and able to help us. Miami-Dade County has as well. And if you also recognize, if you go back to the legislative agenda, we actually have this as one of our appropriations requests back to the state, where Secretary Miller and the Parks Director of the state have agreed to sign off on our request to request the actually putting in of additional sensors. If necessary, we can gather a full understanding of the movement of traffic along Rickenbacker Causeway.
Okay. I think that my message is simply, let's try to get a comprehensive list of what, how useful this information will be. We're, after all, getting money to do this work. And let's really try very hard, as much as we can, to try to get that logistics going on the causeway with the special events. I know it's a very difficult task. It's a tall order, but at the end of the day, let's try to use this information to persuade whatever we can to better that condition.
No, I know.
And with that,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm fine. That was it.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. Look, I tell that my folks and the rest of the people who ask about this is really about three things: being able to communicate this information to visitors and our residents. Number two, help our police coordinate with the events, and thirdly, inform additional or improvement to infrastructure. So that's really the intent of these projects, or this project.
Perfect. And in no way, shape, and form, I'm not really commending you guys. I think you're doing a great job in getting money. So thank you for that. Just want to use this as a platform for that. Sure. Thanks.
I guess the question is the county or any other planning organization going to do the same type of study as we're doing? Are we really duplicating the effort?
Well, they're going to do it with us.
No, the answer is not that we have good data coming in, but no data going out.
No one's gonna be doing this.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean there's going to be someone else trying to do this information?
Yeah, he-
No,
that's
no,
basically
no.
we're gonna double
We're
it.
actually working in partnership with FDOT, the county.
Okay, so we're the only ones doing it.
Well, I think because it has the biggest impact on us, and I think if we don't take the charge, I don't think anyone else is going to do it. We're going to sit here without information. And we're there in the middle of designing a Rickenbacker Causeway master plan without what we believe is the information they need to have.
In other words, they wouldn't normally get this kind of information when they're designing a structure like that?
Well, most of the information that FDOT and the county picks up is daily traffic information. You know, that they judge roads by the traffic during the day,
Right.
weekday. Obviously, we
Monday to
understand-
Friday?
Yeah, Monday through Friday. Obviously, we understand that our problem is an afternoon problem on the weekends. That data is not readily available.
No.
And so this is part of this thing is really to find out, you know, how do we gather that information? What's the capacity of all the parks? What can be the major problems, and when does this impact us the most?
So they don't use weekend information, just.
They don't gather information,
No.
weekend information.
Are we gonna know where? Are we gonna know where they're coming from? Like which ones are? Who's coming from
Yes.
Bill Bags? Who's coming from Crandon? Who's
Precisely.
coming from us?
Yes.
That's our
Yeah,
intent.
the-
Super information. Yeah.
That is key to the study being effective.
So we know where it's
You know, there's Bluetooth technology we can tap into. There's sensor technology. So the whole idea is to almost create a network of networks in order to gather this
Know where
information.
my phone's gonna be?
There's people who track your phone, so be careful where you go. And we can pay good money for it. So
I think there was an example of recently relying on unreliable data, and it's that FDOT debacle.
yes, and what they use is they do that's a perfect example. Is they do that once a year
For 48 hours.
for 48 hours during a weekday,
Mhm.
and that's why their data was flowed.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay, we're doing 10B and C, or did we already?
I think we already voted.
We already
We
voted.
did
Okay.
take a vote on that.
And we didn't vote yet.
Yeah, we
we
did. But Fernando came in late.
Is
Look-
Councilmember Vasquez's vote a yes for 10B?
And
He
C.
had a question. Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm having a little difficult time unmuting my Zoom here, but yes, I did vote yes on both.
Okay.
And a separate vote for 10C?
And on this one-
No, we joined the items
both.
together.
Okay.
Yes.
I was a yes too. I think I was still in the back.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, let's
Both motion, 10B
Yeah.
and 10C.
let's jump to 10F. That might take a little bit. So let's go ahead to do that one.
Okay. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to Black and Veatch Corporation for program management and pre-construction services for the Zone 1 K8 School Stormwater Drainage Improvements Project in an amount not to exceed $896,948 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, council. This work order is for Black and Veatch. It's a pared down work order. It's a continuation of program management services that they've been providing to us. It's intended to go on for the next 12 months. It's geared specifically toward transitioning from design, which is what we're in the throes of with AECOM, and positioning us to start construction. It's focused primarily on Black and Veatch being the village's owner's representative, undertaking oversight of design and cost estimating. It's going to be focused also on bidding and procurement services that are going to be needed to enable us to move into construction, as well as focused on utility undergrounding coordination. All of this is oriented specifically on Zone 1, stormwater and utility undergrounding, as well as what needs to be done for undergrounding village-wide, and then also providing permitting support.
Okay.
Joe?
Yes.
Basically, I'm asking council to consider pausing the design for 60 days, pausing the approval of this particular resolution for 60 days. And the reason for that, excuse me, is there's a very real possibility that exists that the design criteria now being employed by our engineers and consultants is such that we will have an over-design of anywhere from 2 to 5 times the capacity required for the level of service that would be satisfactory for the key. The reasoning for that goes back to 2 questions I asked of gentleman, I think you told his name is Tom, from ACOM, when we were doing the initial questioning, and they were telling him what we wanted, what we needed, and the one question was, are you considering the runoff from the pervious areas, or are you considering only all the water going into the street from the as being impervious? And they said, no, we're not considering the pervious areas because the water will rise, groundwater will rise, and they will become impervious also. And the other question I asked was the same thing, but directed to the gravity wells, and they said there wouldn't be a sufficient head for them to operate. Anyway, that was that, and I just assumed that was okay. Brett and I, after we looked at everything, we said that we believed that a 1-inch system rather than a 2-inch system was more than adequate, and we gave the reasons. Brett made a beautiful drawing, Technicolor, like only an architect can do. But anyway, we lost the vote 5-2, and that was fine. Off they went to design the system. Then we received from Steve the Surging Seas report from the United Nations. And the United Nations report said that between 1990 and 2020, the sea level, we'll assume groundwater level, is the same, was 20 centimeters, which I think comes out to about 7.87 inches. And projection for the next 30 years, 2020 to 2050, they said 20 to 28 centimeters, which would make it almost the highest in the country. We were the highest in the country for the 30 years, which again is almost 11 inches. So call it 8 to 11 inches. And all of a sudden I started thinking to myself, we got this beautiful vulnerability report. And in the vulnerability report, they showed us where the ground level was now, the groundwater. And we talked before, the groundwater was 2 feet below. Well, 2 feet below 11 inches, we still had head, another foot of head. But when you look at the drawings, you can see that most of the village is 4 and 5 feet. So take that particular thing and you say, well, wait a second. We're still going to have a minimum of 3 feet of an area, which call it a sponge for lack of a better word. When water is poured into it, it's not going to flow into the street. But ACOM is designing the thing that everything is going to go into the street, and all the pumps and all the pipes and all the outflows and all the structures and all the force mains are based going out into the street and then being pumped. But in fact, they're not going to happen. And by the way, these numbers are used in November of the year, which is October, excuse me, the wettest month of the year, when supposedly the gas is like a sponge. And then I met with Roland, and then he verified this, but he thought it was only 75 feet they were talking about, and he came back and said, no, they're taking the whole 100 feet of water off the land into the street and then pumping it. And if again, I'm not an engineer, and I'm not an expert on anything, and that's fine, but there's some logic tells me that it doesn't make any sense. So I would like to have a 60-day pause or less, only one question. Should we consider the pervious area in the calculations? One independent engineer, you can appoint a committee of 3 of us, not including Fernando, because he basically worked for ACOM, and I don't think he should be involved. So 3 of us, select an engineer, shouldn't even take 60 days, but I'm saying 60 days, then we come back, and if in fact they say, hey, you know what, ACOM is 100% right, fine, go right ahead. If they're not, let ACOM do it redo it with the pervious area, or tell us why not, and move forward to get the project done. And that's where I'm coming from, because we could save on the whole series probably $200 million by doing the right size thing. And I don't think any of you want to spend $200 million. I know I don't. I'm sure you don't. if it's not necessary. So that's where I'm coming from. So I'm asking this particular thing be deferred or whatever the proper thing, Chad, is for this particular resolution until we can do this.
Let me address this. I think it's a proper thing to do. But I think that we were scheduled to have this meeting next on the 23rd, okay? Which this is the kind of thing that I think that we were going to discuss.
Yes.
So I think you're ahead of the game.
No, because today we have the
Okay.
thing.
What about if we put this off until that meeting too?
If we defer that?
Yeah.
Then I have no problem.
Okay. I think this is what we need to do because obviously, we're going to have this discussion now. We're going to have it again on the 23rd. Let's roll it up.
I'd like to still make a comment on this
Sure.
because I came at looking at this at a different perspective. So two questions I have, Steve, for you. Design, what % completion are we at design right now with AECOM?
We're in between 30 and 60%.
Okay. And my second question is the outfalls that we have today, do we have enough capacity for the design that AECOM is designing?
For zone
for,
one capacity?
for zone one.
At this point, no.
All right. So my worry here is that we have a proposal here to hire a consultant for almost $900,000, $896,000. My worry is that we're continuing to hire and spend money, but we don't have the capacity of what we're designing at the moment. And it worries me is when is that going to happen? And how much more money do we want to keep spending until we do have the capacity that we need? And we can discuss this next week, but I think we should talk about, at what time do we have to say, guys, if we don't have capacity, we cannot continue spending money until we do have the capacity. So when I read this, I was a no vote on this because I don't know why we would hire a company to start working on something that we really can't construct yet until we have the outfalls that we need. Again, I'll bring that to the meeting next week for discussion, but I just wanted to say it here because this is a council meeting that people are watching.
So make a motion then to defer till next meeting, number 10.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could just address Councilmember Moss's statement there. So I think you all are aware of some of the possibilities that we're looking at for easements, and one of those things, and I'm going to ask the mayor to see if that might be part of the conversation next week, because I think we do need to make a decision on some pretty important decisions that we can't avoid, because that will determine whether we can actually meet the capacity. But we have to face that decision and make that decision. We can't pretend like it doesn't exist, but it does exist, and hopefully we can get that on the agenda for next week. Secondly, the program still exists, and we've had Black and Veatch for a year. They are program managers. They are owners' representatives. They're here to support us. They're here to represent what we need from the village. So no matter what direction we go forward, whether we choose to go a different direction, we still need an owner's representative, and that's their role. So I think the two are separate. Obviously, they have to do with the same thing, but the need for a program manager is there no matter what direction we go in. These are the folks that hold companies like AECOM accountable. These are the folks who work with us to make sure the Corps of Engineers is moving in the right directions. These are the folks who work with us as we move out on the Garden District to ensure that that designer is following what we choose to do. So this is an owner's representative contract. This is not necessarily to do with the design. They'll be responsible and have the authority to oversee what AECOM does.
And I would just like to add to that, regardless of whether you believe that the system is over-designed or not, it's going to be designed to something, whether it's 1-inch capacity pumping rate or 2-inch capacity pumping rate,
or a half inch,
or half an inch if you'd like to propose. Okay. At which point it's going to have to go from design to construction, whatever that design is, whatever that pumping capacity is, and without positioning ourselves to be able to make that transition effectively, to not only build the stormwater system, but also to then do the associated utility underground, we'd basically be setting ourselves up for quite a challenge and high risk of not succeeding in this effort effectively. So I think to consider moving forward without maintaining the continuity of the program management services that we've been receiving that have been very effective in getting this entire program structured from scratch to where we are now with all the tools that we need to be able to proceed with a complicated endeavor like this would really be sort of a significant loss to our abilities as staff to be
It would
able to move forward.
almost push us backwards. I mean, we'd have to catch back.
We will not make some very important milestones.
We're gonna defer the item. We
Is there a
have
second for the motion?
we have a motion to defer the item.
Thank you. Sir.
I have a second. Okay, a discussion on the item.
Quick question. Black and Beach is under contract now. They've been performing. What about their current scope is not being covered under their existing contract that is being covered under this?
All the procurement, all the bidding services support, all the additional scheduling.
But we're not there yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
So the project manager and peer review functions are being performed, right?
No, not right now, not at the moment.
Now, the current work order is completed.
Yeah, we're
So
done.
We're
with
asking
the,
for
we're,
another.
We're done with the current work order, and we are moving into 60% design, which we should have by the end of November, beginning of December. We're also moving forward into permitting, which is also going to be stuff that we're going to need a lot of support on because it's going to be a very complicated permitting process with a lot of different agencies. And very soon thereafter, we have to start putting together the bid documents and all the procurement elements in order to then give ourselves enough time to then do the proper contracting for moving into construction. And at the same time, we have some very specific milestones that need to be met with regards to securing the SRF funding. So there's a lot of little dots that are connected to each other that if we don't maintain a certain rhythm of battle, then we start having significant consequences in terms of our ability to actually build this thing in a timely manner.
Okay, but
Talking about a week.
yes, we're good. We're good with that.
One more thing. Why don't you for next week bring back to us so we can look at what I think we spent $1.3 million with them so far approximately, back to show us exactly what they've done to date, how we spent the $1.3 million. Because originally I was told $1.3 million was to coordinate the big dig, which we haven't done anything yet on it. So I'd like to see what they've done up to date, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Brett can also shed light on that as well, but we'd be happy to.
Thank you.
On the motion to defer.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Fernando, did you want to weigh in on this?
He's gone.
Trying to find the mute button.
He's here next, the 23rd, right, Mr. Manager?
As far as I know, yes, he will be.
Okay.
Just a point of order question. The nature of the meeting next week will permit us to take actions. It's a meeting.
It's a
regular-
special meeting,
It's,
right?
it's a special meeting, so it's not, yes.
If I could though, Mr. Mayor, if I could make a comment, unfortunately, Councilmember left. I think it's important that he quoted a certain document that he read about from the UN. I want to make sure it's clear that, he's referencing IPCC as the curve. We've approved, the council approved, no intermediate high. So we just have to make sure that we continue to follow the guidelines that we've set forward. And if we start to bring in additional items, it will confuse what we're trying to achieve. So I just want to make sure that's clear to the council as well, to the public as well.
Sure. All right, let's keep going.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Vasquez was calling in. He's trying to get on Zoom. He was accidentally kicked off.
He did just text me. He would like to make a comment. I don't know whether he's.
Trying to call our studio.
Well,
Can we come back to it?
yeah, I'd love to accommodate, but, the item has been deferred.
Comment on it at the next week's meeting.
I would hope so, yep.
Is he in Zoom? He's not there. Yeah. He's-
Which one? one are we on? 10B?
You can speak through my phone. The Zoom is not connecting him.
Okay, that's fine. I'll listen. I just lost a bit of the meeting, so lost a bit of the discussion.
The item was just deferred
Okay. Thank you.
to the October 23rd special council meeting.
Okay, thanks.
He'll be there.
They're asking if you will be attending in person.
Yes, I'll be there. I'll be there
Okay.
in person.
Okay. The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting X10 Construction, Inc. for the Council Chamber Theater upgrade project in an amount not to exceed $184,702, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Any questions? Jeremy, this is your item?
Sorry, I had just lost my agenda.
Well, I think one of the questions I have is, will the council be able to see the design before it goes into the construction level? Because this is kind of a design build package.
Yeah, this is really, for this item, we're talking about, the end result is that we should have a building or a room that looks very, very similar, with the exception of some stored curtains.
With the exception of some what?
Just the curtains.
Just the curtains are gonna be visible.
And lighting.
New carpet.
But the in-floor lighting is, I mean, this is really like specs, right? These aren't products that are particularly variable.
I just want to make sure that you guys don't build something and council comes in like, what?
No,
what is
let's
this?
commit
It's
to
not what
this,
we
Jeremy.
thought we
So
were doing,
one
right?
of the
I
things,
think
council member, is that, the film festival does have their start on January 29th, so we're going to try to move on that as quick as we can.
Okay.
But we'll commit to meeting with you one-on-one. It may not be able to be done in a full council setting, but if we could commit to meeting with each one of you one-on-one and taking your input.
But just to understand the scope, we're talking about a deployable screen that goes away. There will be some speakers mounted in corners, but the main sort of speaker system that's behind the screen will be deployable. It is, the vast majority of it is behind the scenes. The chairs are going to change, which is going to be drastic, but they will be comfier chairs, because they'll be more like theater seating. And then that will include some in-floor lighting, and then subsequent, associated carpet replacement. But there were actually sort of add alternates to do things like paint the ceiling black, which would be great for a theater and terrible for council chambers. So,
And that was my worry. I just want to make sure that, the designers are going to be thinking, how do we make this a theater?
Right.
We also have to understand that it still has to look like
Be
a
a
council
council
chamber
chamber,
also.
yeah. Yep.
And making sure that's equal.
We understand that. We
Okay.
understand. But look,
So-
we will be happy to. I mean, understand that, we are going to try to move as quickly as possible to accommodate that date. But look,
Yeah,
we
we
can meet.
absolutely
We'll figure out how to make it happen. Yeah.
yeah, we'll figure out how to present it.
It just might
Theater
not be during a
seating,
council meeting.
Will they be fixed, or it's, because we still use this room where we move things around?
They're mobile. They're mobile, and they're even foldable, so that foldable on racks, so that we can move them out of the way.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm sorry, Councilmember, 1 second.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Motion carries.
I hope we can get a piano in here for Fernando. That'd be nice.
A piano?
Tell him I said so.
Is that a no vote on this thing?
He better now. He's not going home.
Yeah.
You stay in the back and he's setting up his bed.
The The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of additional tree planting and related watering services from Design Landscapes of the Palm Beaches Inc. in an amount not to exceed $59,914, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Questions on the tree planting? No questions? Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Very
Opposed?
exciting.
Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Roar Media LLC for comprehensive strategic communication services pursuant to request for proposal number 2024-16, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. One issue that I had, and I spoke to the manager and the attorney. I want to make sure that the council is also included in this, that this firm can help us put out the information that is part of the strategic plan that we develop as a group up here. So, Chad, did you have something on that?
I think in talking to you, just want to make sure that the scope of services includes, it said, I mean, I think it was written to say the village, but that meant to include also the mayor and village council also. We able to use the services for the strategic plan, like you're saying, or other public relation type services. That's what I believe you want, right?
Okay, yeah. That there isn't any question that, you know, the village council members are
able to utilize
are be able to use these services.
I think that the only I would, caveat I would say is that I don't think there would be any issue. I just think that in order, it should probably flow through the manager's office, or at least so so we know what the consultant's doing all the time. So the consultant's not running.
Right, but the manager is not opining on what kind of language I'm putting together to send out as part of my newsletter or anything else I do.
Yeah, no, I wasn't meaning it in that manner. I meant more like if the consultant's like going, 7 different ways at the same time, there just needs to be some.
Yeah, that's a different item. Right.
That's all I was referring to.
Right.
I'm glad for that clarity. I have a slightly different point for clarification, which is that I think at least some of us, I believe, would like to be more involved in content and timing of communications, working through the manager.
Okay.
And if I could add, I mean, that's the exact reason why we're bringing this on, right? We know there's a need for communication. There's a consistency of communication. We want to be able to expand our capability. That's the intent of why we're bringing this firm on. Jessica does a great job, but we know we want to get more messaging out, and that's why we're asking to bring an additional capability on.
Can I ask, when you did this and you were estimating about what you needed in terms of service from this vendor, does adding on a layer of communication from the mayor or from the council stretch that too thin, or you think there's enough bandwidth in what you've already negotiated? I think Chad's point of having things go through the manager's office, not in terms of being a gatekeeper of what we say, but knowing how much is being asked of the consultant is an important thing. I don't know who's going to be sitting in this seat next month, but they might have a lot to say, and they might really be demanding a lot of time. So do you feel like this is adequate? And
well, it's hard to define what a lot of time is. I haven't been able to define that yet. Look, we always have the ability to increase the capacity on a contract. Right now I think it's $120,000. So if we come back at a certain point in time and find out that's not enough, that we can make that choice to do it at that point. But right now, I think we estimate it as a reasonable amount of communication. And, you know, if something goes above and beyond that, obviously we can bring it back to the council. But I would ask that if we do this, that there is, you know, a proper process in how we do this. And in terms of, you know, that there's not only is there directing the staff to do something, but it's also, there's procurement law involved as well as the ability to direct a contractor. So I just want to make sure we keep that in mind and have a proper procedure. And by no means do I want, you know, Jessica and I, you know, stepping out and saying what people should and shouldn't say, but I just want to make sure that we have a process in place to make sure that happens. And
But I want to make sure that the people know that they also work for us and that they will also carry our message.
No, that's clear. And in fact, we do have the CEO of the corporation here, Jacques Hart, if you want to speak to him directly. Jacques, if you want to come on down. And then I think he's very clear. He and I had a conversation about this after you spoke. You and I spoke, Mayor, and Jacques understands what we're trying to do here.
All right, welcome.
Pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
I just had one thought that I wanted to share. Thinking back over the last 8 years, and Brett and Frank, I know you're going to agree with this, and Ed, the increased communication that is coming out of the village has just been so, it's amazing, and I'm sure it's only going to improve. But to think of how much disinformation was going around this community with a real sort of, it felt like a real concerted effort. There just isn't a void there to be filled by disinformation anymore. I feel like we're doing such a better job of getting the real information out, and there's sort of a more of a calm feeling as a result. Do you agree with me, Brett? Yeah?
Yeah. And my comment on this, I think we spoke about it, that the website's going to be part of this.
Yes, it will be.
Okay, because I think the website needs a lot of...
No, it does. There's two parts to the website. Right now, Jessica's working to reformat it because the format is just not very well, but she's going to put that in place. And then obviously, you know, when we bring this individual on, they'll be there to help us with content and images.
Okay. And then the last, very minor, just our policy on our agendas is to make sure we have the prices in the written item. So for some reason, I didn't see the 120 in the title. I didn't see the 120,000. It's in all the other ones. I like it. I think it's a pretty good policy to have. So it might have just been a mix up, but a miss.
You've worked with other cities and you understand what the idiosyncrasies are in cities like ours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jacques. I'm the CEO of Roar Media. We have worked with a number of different public and private organizations and institutions, including cities. And so very much look forward to this opportunity. I think there's a lot of initiatives and developments and events and happenings that the residents should be aware of. And so I support the conversation here in terms of being able to support the mayor as well as council members in terms of your communication needs. We really truly view ourselves as an extension of the city manager's marketing team and Jessica. And so if we can be that extension and that communication partner to you as well, we very much welcome it.
Mayor, there is no other city like us.
Say what?
There's no other city like us. That question's a difficult one.
Yes, indeed.
Only in good ways.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Where are we at?
We're in report.
The next item was already announced. The next item is
Yeah, let me do this before I forget. Yeah, we'll want to get there. The
I was going to announce the manager's report. Did you want to?
Yeah, I want to skip over just a second here. The Unique Abilities Board. There are two openings I have. I'm appointing tonight Vanessa Chartuni de la Serna. And then there's still one appointment left on that unique disabilities board. If I could have a consensus of council on this.
I agree.
Got it.
Thank you. Allison,
Yes.
you have an item?
Oh. Is this the clerk? My agenda.
Mayor and council, All-America City.
So this carried forward from like 2 meetings ago. It was brought up by, oh my goodness.
Mr.
My-
Simon.
Steve Simon, thank
Steve.
you. And I know we're getting close to the submission date, but I wanted to see if there was any appetite to maybe pursue it. I think all, accolades are always good, and it seemed like
Yeah.
a good fit. I don't know if, I haven't had a chance to talk to the manager about it. I don't know if they've looked into it at all, but I thought it seemed like worth looking into.
I would really like us to do this and take it very seriously. Not just to win an accolade, hopefully, but the very process of doing this right will reinforce what we try to do so well, which is to really engage with the public and induce public participation in a very active way. We could do a little better at that, and this would help.
Consensus of council?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you looked at it, Mr. Manager?
I spoke briefly with Steve Simon about it, and I do want to make sure that, and hopefully I get the council's support on this. This isn't just about the government. This is about our community organizations. This is about our schools. This is about our institutions as well. So, I would ask that we all reach out to them to make sure that they're a part of it, because we can do our part.
Yeah.
But if they're not doing their part, then we're only 1/4 of the way there. So this is about communities. This isn't just about government. So I want to make sure that, as we move forward with this, we elicit their support, and then we ask them that they be a part of this organization, because we just can't do this alone.
Well, Brad and Allison have got a lot of time on their hands now, so.
If they want to be our volunteers, I'll be happy to work with them.
Semi-retirement.
Okay.
The next item is report on projects pending, survey from users, contractors, architects, as well as residents on our building development. When will it start, and the results to council?
Yes, Mr.
Bosco.
Director.
Good evening. So we made an effort to get as many responses as we could. We directly emailed anybody who had sort of submitted a permit and was still in our system. It was roughly 4,000 people. And we emailed them twice soliciting, and we got 35 responses. And that did confirm things that we were suspected already, which is that we have a significant shortage in being able to answer phone calls in a timely manner, because our clerks are very busy doing face-to-face work and also electronic work, distributing plans to the reviewers, and they're very busy as it is. So I think this has a sort of trickle-down effect of when the phone calls aren't answered, then we're not being timely responding to contractors that might be held up on a really minor issue, like they need to submit their insurance certifications or something like that, but they're having a hard time getting it done, which is what they were calling about. So we have that trickle-down effect. We are working on this in a couple of different fronts. One is we're trying to make improvements to our forms and really trying to simplify and make our forms more uniform so that people can take care of these things themselves. We're trying to improve the website to do the same thing, but I do think we also need a part-time person to answer phones, really, that's doing nothing but that, because the clerks really are bogged down in distributing all the electronic plans that are coming in. I think it's justified. We have definitely an uptick in building volume as well. We currently have 70 active single-family construction sites, which, depending on how you do the math, is between like 6 and 7% of all home sites on the island. And when I started, for instance, just under 3 years ago, that number was 45. So we're very, very active. And I
Yeah,
think-
this is good information. I really was looking a little bit more to see, you know, if people are satisfied with the service that we're providing, what you know, what the turnaround times were. That was more of what I had in mind when I talked about doing a survey.
And then, Mr. Mayor, if you would, actually in the manager's report, Exhibit D, it actually does have the survey results in there, if you want to look through that. It does have our questions and the responses of those 35 individuals.
35, yeah.
Yeah.
And we also can provide numbers on, and I can get into the weeds a little bit on what our permit turnaround times, and I'll prepare something.
Yeah, that would be
on
good
that.
to, you know.
Yeah. Because we have all of that data through the electronic permitting system.
Okay.
Did you have open questions, or they're all closed questions?
I think we had all. Oh, I'd have to check the original. I think the original questions are in there, though.
I think Brett should be.
No, there
proud.
is.
Yeah.
Question 11 is an open.
It is an open question.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
So
You can
question
sit-
11, just
you go all the way to the end,
Please
there's no-
provide additional comments, feedback, and suggestions. Are there any staff members you would like to recognize? I don't know. I just think that these types of surveys, you get a much better idea of what's going on when you give an open question rather a closed question, because you ask these things and you're kind of like trying to rate them and, you know, trying to pick one. But a lot of times the issues sometimes fall into. So I don't know if like each one of these can have a closed question at the bottom of each one. It says like, would you like to make a comment regarding this question? You know, so maybe there's something that is not part of that closed, you know, item that you can pull down, but might pop up, and you're like, you know what, I wasn't even thinking about that. I would just keep that in mind for doing
Yeah.
surveys, to have somewhere where you can get feedback for each of those items. I think is helpful.
No, and I actually think, considering we had 35 responses, I actually think we could do something completely open-ended and just send out 4,000 emails and say, do you have any suggestions on how we can improve?
There you
Because
go.
if we do have that small of a rate of return, a direct solicitation could be effective.
Okay.
And oddly, that might help mitigate against some of that concern that people are worried about, like giving you a bad reply and then having it affect their service. If you're literally saying like, just, could you tell me anything I could do better? I mean, you certainly can't get less.
No, and it is something that I always, when I do get a complaint that comes to my level, I'm like, please tell us these things. We need to know this. That's how we can do better. So
You also have to be careful of, I mean, it may be, I'm not sure how you guys did this. You sent it out to the architects and engineers and contractors that have submitted something with you guys?
Correct.
Okay. Because you just have to make sure, like, if you send out 4,000, people will start answering these things, and they have probably never even stepped into that department. But then maybe someone told them or heard, and then they write stuff, and then it becomes kind of crazy. It should be like you submit, and hey, could you fill out this survey really quick? And if a person really was happy or really angry, they'll fill it out.
Well, but then we're missing through the whole process, construction, inspections, everything.
True.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe when they get a CO.
Can you see us
Send it out to
contingent
everybody.
upon
You can't
the
get a CO until you
survey?
fill this out.
You're cruel. Okay. And-
Turfing, St. Agnes Field
Yeah,
procurement.
I wanted to make sure that we have a really good timeline, because this project's already been approved for some time now, and making sure that we hit the target date in May of next year is super important to everybody.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, we've got the timeline. It's in the manager's report, but Todd can reiterate it if you all have any questions at all.
Sure. The timeline reported has us completing the procurement documents now. We're finalizing that. Then we go out to bid November. January, staff reviews, makes a recommendation to the manager. Manager makes a recommendation to the council in February. Manager negotiates the agreement. Then the March and April, the percent plans come back to the village for review. before construction starts in May.
Is there any reason why it's taking you so long to get the RFP out?
It's not the RFP. We had to do the subsurface utilities. We had to do the topographical service and the geotechnical borings and lab testing, so we could give that information to the companies bidding. They needed to know the existing conditions. So all that's wrapped up, and now we're finishing the procurement document.
Okay, because sometimes it takes us a little bit longer to go through the RFP process, but
I mean, it's been a pretty well-oiled machine recently. The ones that I've been participating in with Darren. So I'm
okay,
confident.
so you have no doubt that.
There's always variables out there. I don't want to say that there's.
Come
no
on now,
doubt, but
you're
I'm
holding back
confident-
on me now.
I'm confident that we have the right timeline in place to get this done.
Okay.
We will have it to council for decision in February council meeting.
February?
Yes.
And what's it take to mobilize and do all that stuff?
Again, that's not my forte in terms of ordering. But actually, Todd, you've done this before, so why don't you talk about what it takes to bring the material in? One of the things that we're gonna, and as you know, Mayor, this is a very close window. We got to go from May 15th to August 15th. So a lot of what we're going to ask this contractor to do is to pre-locate the materials, so it's there in the Presbyterian Church ready to go. Of course, we're going to have a good agreement with Presbyterian Church, so that as soon as school is done at St. Agnes on the 15th, we will go ahead and start doing the work. So talk to you about your experience on
Sure. We did this at Mast Academy. If you recall, we were a couple weeks into the school year, and with less of a timeline. With the Village Green, we had the delay of the contractor having been sued. So, and then was bought by another company. AstroTurf got sued by Field Turf, went to bankruptcy, got purchased. So we had a little bit longer of a timeline, but almost the exact same time frame for the work. And we had a hurricane that summer, and we still got it done about 3 weeks into school. But we definitely lost those 3 weeks, demobilizing and mobilizing again after the storm. So I think that, and that's two different companies, two of the bigger companies that we both have experience with, that we're able to maintain that timeline.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
So I had been asked to talk to the clerk about public records and the process, and sort of touch base with what was going on in her office. We had some really good conversations. I learned that we really have a lot of public records requests, and she has been looking at different softwares and talking to other clerks and she worked with Mike and identified a good software that they were super psyched about, and we budgeted for it and we were ready to rock and roll. And then there was a slight hiccup to the payment process. So if public records get to a certain level and you need to charge people for the time or the paper or whatever, the payment process was not as sort of seamless to merge in with the other types of payment processes that we use in the village. So that put a little bit of a halt on that particular software, but the company is now saying they're working on a fix to be able to do that. So she feels that the right move is to just wait a little bit longer, which I think is really going to be frustrating and challenging for her, because without this software, it is really cumbersome and frustrating. But I think it's the right move, because I think it does make sense that we have all of our payment processes are sort of the same, and what you do in one area of the village, you'd be doing also in the clerk's office. So we had other wonderful conversations about her office and staffing needs, and I do think that there's perhaps a need for another person in that office, but I'm just going to put that out there and let the clerk discuss things with each of you as you move forward in with the next term and new council members. We talked a lot about things like that, the best ways to sort of interface and the challenges of having being a direct report to 7 different people. And I think we came up with some good strategies and some exciting things for those of you that'll be here going forward to have a little bit more interaction of what's going on day to day in the clerk's office. I think it's important. But with respect to public records, which was what I was really tasked to do, be on the lookout for a new software, which I think will really streamline things in the clerk's office, help a lot with tracking when requests go out to different departments. You can imagine anyone in the village working anywhere is busy and has a full work day, and then you get a public records request. It's not really the thing you're jumping for joy to get working on. So it seems that this system will really be helpful in terms of follow-up emails and being able to track what's been filled and what hasn't. And I think it'll be great. Did I leave anything out? Okay.
All right, Mr. Moss.
Yes, thank you very much. So I put an item looking at the minimum size requirements for our street trees in Key Biscayne. I don't really know where we left off on that last discussion, the very bizarre one I think that we had about the 30-year-old trees being cut down and what was being replaced. But what was very interesting and one of the things I don't know where we left off is who's paying for those trees that got replanted when the owners were going to put in 4-inch diameter trees in there. But in that discussion, Jeremy mentioned that our code requires a minimum of 2-inch trees. And those are, almost twigs. There's many branches much larger than that. Luckily, we live in a neighborhood that if somebody's tearing down a house and rebuilding a house, these are expensive projects. These are not where people can't afford to put landscaping in. What I would like to see, and again, I won't be up here, but with the candidates coming up and the other, all of you who are staying here, is to come up with a code, and I think we should go bold. I think we should require 6-inch diameter trees. That's what supposedly they planted there, and I don't know, you said they were $3,500 a piece or whatever it was. It's very easy to afford that, and it does change the characteristics greatly in Key Biscayne, and we should be very focused on tree canopy, shading, this kind of stuff in Key Biscayne. So I don't know how the heck we have a 2-inch minimum requirement. That's just crazy for me. So anybody who's building new projects, if they need to put in a street tree, I think the minimum should start at 6 inches. And great to hear if anybody wants to add anything into it or not. But that's kind of what I was thinking of.
My rough memory is that we adopted the Dade County tree ordinance and might never have touched it.
It's probably true.
It's amazing how you remember these things. I think it's super important, and I thank you for bringing this up, and I hope that those of you that are staying take action on this and that this does get updated, because I agree with everything you said.
I think it's a great idea too. Furthermore, it's a greater deterrent from this ever happening again. They're going to be a lot more careful with cutting trees by mistake if they have to go to a bigger tree as well.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to deter someone from chopping down a 30-year-old tree if they can.
Maybe they'll be a little more careful.
Yeah.
Memory prompt for when we get into this substantively, we did adopt something, and I think this is still part of the procedure if you're demolishing. Basically, the village has a first right to take trees that would be lost in the demolition.
Yeah.
That's still on the books, I think. I hope we're doing
Do we do that still? I remember that when I first came on. Is that something that, have we had opportunities recently for it to happen?
Sure.
But I remember people being like, someone's giving away this palm tree.
It's not something we've practiced. I also think we have to be careful because it is not a simple process to transplant a mature tree. It's a really substantial process with a pretty high risk of failure as well.
Well, in the past, I think when we did it, it wasn't only for on other village property. I think we put it out there, and even other residents would do that, and perhaps were willing to take the risk on themselves.
Didn't we do it for the school a lot? I thought
Yeah,
we
the
would put it
school
over
was
there
the
at school.
recipient of a lot of trees that way. The Ocean Club took down some trees, and a lot of that stuff was helpful back then with just relationships, right? Because it was the same landscaper for the village as it was at the Ocean Club, so that was like an easy connection. Jesus came over and popped the trees in the ground. But now we're so interconnected with social media and different things. You know, you could put out an all call for some free trees.
Our code still provides that if a tree is subject to being removed, that in the discretion of the manager, it can be located on village property.
And we used to do it more often before.
Well, apparently now we do it not at all.
Yeah.
And the last time I recall, I mean, I'm not on the day to day, but was with the yacht club. There was a discussion, but ultimately I think they decided to pay the village as opposed to relocate those trees for some other reasons I think Jeremy was saying. So I don't know if you guys.
All right, I think we can look for opportunities.
Is that what Cecily was talking about today?
Yes.
And as you said, they're still under a TCO, and one of the conditions before they can get their final certificate of occupancy is satisfying that condition.
But did they proceeded to give us money instead of trying to find the trees, or
they proceeded to owe us money?
Yeah, there's
but
there's an agreement. I recall there being an agreement in place.
Okay. Chad, manager, you got anything for the good of the order here?
No, I think we hear our direction. Let me, Jeremy, talk about the viability of the right size trees, and we'll bring back a draft ordinance in probably January timeframe.
Okay.
And we'll bring that through. And
Can I make one question on that? Because we have different standards, right? So we have, there's a general minimum tree size, and then is this something you think would apply to any new tree on private property and public property and right of way, or still maintain flexibility on the interior of private lots with smaller trees?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I don't think we went.
I was just thinking public.
Yeah, I think just swell trees.
Yeah, I don't think we want to step into private property. I think we should be just directed rights away.
Okay.
Do we have a landscape ordinance?
We do. We have landscape section under our zoning ordinance.
And is there a minimum landscape that everyone who's redoing a lot has to?
Yes, there's specified minimum number of trees, specified minimum number of street trees.
So Miami-Dade County sets the bare minimum per their code of Chapter 18, and cities can be more restrictive. And I think we are a little more restrictive, but we can be more restrictive if you'd want.
And I think we can be.
We
We're
tried
not the
to
same as
do.
we were in 1990s right now.
Yeah. Did we try to do, for example, pruning standards so that people just don't, the anti-hat racking proposition, right?
Yeah, hat racking is not allowed.
That's by county.
Do it in so many other places though. It's weird. See it everywhere.
It's time to look at this.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Next.
we'll look at that.
Next item, increase fees for trainers. Mayor Roscoe.
Yes, so this item has come up. I was contacted by several of the trainers, and this is specifically to the 12 that are on the village green. And I think we had a discussion on it, and I think we were all okay. But what happened somewhere along the line is it became going from 100 to 400. So it's a 400% increase. And these are small businesses, we're talking about for the most part, you know, there may be exceptions. So one of the things I want to propose tonight is let's keep the fee that we are at presently while we go and look and see what kind of a situation we could develop, because it's the same. If you're a trainer with 3 people, it's the same as the trainer with 44 people. So maybe that's something that we might want to look at and see if that makes sense or does, because we've developed this as a way to make sure that the maintenance of our facilities and the upkeep of our assets, and so that's a good goal. But you know, perhaps we went a little too far with this. So I'm willing to work with Todd and the trainers to see if we can come up with some way to make this equitable. But in the meantime, Todd had sent out something to put in place these new fees on November 1st. So what I'm asking is, can we delay that until keep the fees that we have now, but delay implementing to a higher amount until we have worked this out a little.
What's the new fee going to be?
It's 200 now if you don't have a local business, and 100 if you do have a business tax
100
receipt.
right now. That's
If you have a- if you have
per
a-
month?
Per month, and so the 200 goes to 400, the 100 goes to 200.
So I just wanted to keep, I mean, you have to keep in
No,
mind.
I'm sorry, the 100
Goes to
in a lot of
200.
cases goes to 400.
No, there's only one.
No, 200 goes to 400.
2 to 4.
Yeah.
No, I've got it in writing from Anna. It says 100 to 400. I've got people that have
Are
shown me
headquartered?
theirs.
She's headquartered locally?
What?
Is she local business? This is what you're saying, right?
No, Anna Cole.
Oh, Anna
I'll have
Cole.
to check to see which one, but the ones that, the vast majority, I have it all here.
I understand it's 1 to 2 and then 2 to 4.
But I just, well, I'm sorry.
No,
I
you
just
go
wanted to keep in mind that these businesses that are working on our properties are competing with people who actually are paying rent in the buildings, who also can suffer from this too, where they have to pay rent at a much higher rate than paying $400 a month to use these facilities. So it kind of can cannibalize or even create a competition to empty out a lot of people into our properties here in our commercial areas. So you have to understand that you have to look at that as well, right? Because
we're talking about 12 trainers. That's it.
Okay, but I mean, there might
Well, I
be
also-
another
but they're the
gym that
lucky
also
12
is
that
paying
got the
money,
permit.
and now you have 12 people doing stuff outside, and now they're competing against that, and they're not paying rent,
and
they're paying very low rent compared to what
I
they're
also
paying.
think there's something to be said for the dynamic pricing where you have a vendor that has 50 clients and one that has 3 or 4. And
Right, you're charging the exact same thing.
So I see what you're saying 100%, but also some kind of dynamic pricing. I just don't know how you would
Enforce it.
Enforce it, right.
I think.
Well, we do that, Todd. So why don't you explain what we do inside the facility, and then one of the options we talk about, what we might be able to do outside.
Sure.
How much do you charge trainers inside the community?
Well, he's going to lay out how we do that right now.
I mean, the trainers inside pay a monthly fee.
Of how much?
200.
And then they usually do
I'm sorry.
They usually do one person.
And 30% or something.
And they also
30%.
And they do a 70-30
No,
split.
the 70-30 is if you have a class, right?
All of
what's
our
what time?
classes and programs are on a 70-30 split. If you recall, this all goes back to when we did the pro forma, when we were designing the community center, the rate of return we wanted from the income from that drove not only the design, but our fee structure. And so that's where we settled on the 30-70 split with all of our programmers. So we do have people that are, when they're working in the community center, that what they're playing in our discussions, if we wanted to do, I don't think 70-30 is exactly appropriate for somebody who's outside because they're not inside the building using the facilities. But if you wanted us to consider an 80-20, I think that goes to your concern about, it scales with the number of people you have. You're paying 20% of that net per person, whether it be 4 people or whether it be 34 people. So I think that's something that we're open to looking at.
Then do you have to do registration through you?
So, what we would do is we would we would do an agreement, set up the fee structure, have them enter into that additional agreement, then they would give us their monthly reporting and give us the fees and we would audit them. So we're not gonna be there every day. But if we found that you're not being transparent with the number of people in your class, you probably get a warning. Second time, you've lost your opportunity to do business in the Village Green.
No, first time. Guy cheats you, it's first time.
Okay, first time.
And is it only the Village Green that we do these permits?
Right now, it's only the Village Green. We're developing.
It's been a long time that I keep saying the same thing. There's like legit classes happening at Harbor Park. And we don't get anything from them?
We will talk with code. I mean, they shut somebody down at the beach park just the other day that was doing full on.
I mean, I think we don't have a lot of space. It's nice seeing them out there, but I just think we should be getting paid for it.
Absolutely. And we want to, I mean, if you recall, this whole thing was about anytime somebody uses a public access, like was discussed earlier, now it's no longer accessible to our residents. And also, we were having conflicts between trainers that were getting into fights because this is not my space and they're at the same time. So we want to be able to maintain a certain amount of time for residents and general use. We want to make sure that the spaces are appropriate for the activities taking place, and we want to be able to manage all that. So that's why this has been effective.
Do the trainers outside charge per the day or by the month? How do they work?
Right now, we don't have that. I know anecdotally that some are drop-in.
They all do it differently.
Yeah.
There is no standard.
And how much are they giving you now outside?
It is 100. It's
How
100
much?
going $100
Per month?
per month.
It doesn't matter whether they do one or.
You have to remember. So one important thing I want to remind everybody is there was 4 or 5 of these since we started this program. It was not a significant amount.
I'm just asking questions.
But I just want to give one little point. So when we had the pandemic, we took off our restrictions on the number of permits we were giving because we wanted to encourage everybody to get outside to be as healthy as possible. Of course, that ballooned and it's never come back down.
Okay.
Yeah.
People are using it, enjoying it.
Yes.
That's what we want. So my question then becomes, obviously you probably should need some kind of split scale where if a guy's doing personal training outside versus doing classes outside, it should be a different price structure. And maybe you have what they do is they submit a schedule that they offer to the people outside, whether it be one class of individuals or 5 or 10 or 20, and you charge accordingly.
I think the 80-20 works because we've looked at some of the numbers. Some of the person who does the class at
Yes.
once has 30 people at once.
My point was let's keep what we have in place and then let's work out and find a
I'm agreeing with you.
reasonable.
I'm just trying to toss some ideas out.
Yeah.
How you might want to go about it. That's all. Does it make
Is that
sense?
the
It works for
consensus of the
everybody.
council?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll work with Todd and the trainers and see.
You
if
want
we can-
people to use it, you want people to enjoy it, you want people to use the park, that's the whole reason it's there.
Okay.
The next item is the manager's report.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think you hit most of them, because we actually picked up your stuff during the mayor's and council members' report. First, though, I want you to see that we have at the tab in the back, we mentioned it before, during the second budget hearing when Gretchen came up and gave a presentation of the Achieve It platform. We've put the 10 focus areas into the report, and what you can see is the individual reports that we have on the back to give you an update of where we are now. We'll give this to you as a monthly update to make sure that you're tracking our progress. We're also looking at a way that we can actually condense this to make it a little easier. But right now we're trying to figure out how to make that report more consumable by the council. Secondly, if you would, Colleen, if you'd come up. As we mentioned before, we're moving forward with the design of the Garden District, the flood reduction project. In order for them to move forward, we have to give them a general idea of the location of the pump station. And we have a couple, if you go to your tab in the manager report, you'll be able to see the renditions that they've done for us of the possible location renderings. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I do want to add a little color to this, we had a meeting with AECom and Albright today, as well as some park planners, landscape architects, and we discussed an alternate location than in the right-of-way right in front of the Domino Plaza. There is the possibility of reorienting it 90 degrees so that it runs east-west along the access path, not the access path, the beach club entrance. That's an alternative that we're gonna have the consultant designer look into related to utility conflicts, if there's enough space, how do we avoid hitting any major trees? But the point is we wanna make sure that this area is as flexible to be used as what we want it to be used as later when we get to the point of designing it or redesigning it. So we want it to be usable.
Would running it that way impact the hills in the hill park?
It potentially, but that's not to say that we don't reconstruct the hills in a different, slightly 5 feet over location so that the amenity's still there.
That's great, because I think that area is used a lot by young families in that neighborhood. It's like, without having a backyard, that's sort of where you go to play.
Precisely, yeah. No, I think that uses like that should be maintained and protected, and maybe they get reconfigured, but they'll still be present.
And I think we just, and this is more than anything, we're just trying to show you the scale.
Mhm.
And obviously, we're going to optimize the location, and as we go further. But I just want to give you an idea of what it looks like, where it might be. Obviously, we don't want to take away any functionality of the park or the future ability to move the park. So, but again, we just wanted to show you. In number one, we want to give you an idea, but also we need to give direction to the contractor to move forward on design.
Garden District.
Yes, that's what this is.
That's
Yes.
Is Zone 8
Technically the same.
technically the same? Right? Okay, so Garden District sounds better.
We can call it that, AKA Zone 8, yeah.
We were calling it 8 Light, but that sounded a little not very attractive, so we went with Garden District.
Garden District.
And as we mentioned, I think we mentioned to each one of the council members as we did these previews. The intent is to move forward with the stormwater mitigation, and then right behind it to do the utility undergrounding as well.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the order?
I think we hit all the other ones. Yeah, we've got the artificial turf and the building department, so that covers all the manager's report, Mayor.
We lose Mr. Moss.
Hey, Mr. Moss headed for the exits.
Here he is.
We don't want to take for your from your legacy here, okay? Okay. Seeing no other. Okay, 2 very important meetings next week, folks. Make sure everybody does their homework and read up. Important decisions are going to be made. So let's be ready.
Senioritis.
And with that, I have a motion to adjourn.
Move.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.